First thing I have the pleasure of doing for our veterans tonight is having our own Supervisor Doug Guns and also Commander of Post Legion 364. Please come forward and head us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr.
He has a few things he wants to say, and then he'll have us.
Just sit down. I'm looking for my 2 minutes. I'd like to thank Chairman Egan and thank the County Board for having Legion Post 364 here to present the colors tonight. Got a couple of comments. 364 Post has over 100 members. We're very pleased that we have 9 ladies that are members of our Legion Post. And importantly, we have 1 World War II veteran that is a member of our post. The county recently issued a proclamation on the occasion of his 99th birthday in June, along with the village, along with a flag that was flown over the White House. And we treat him with the utmost respect. He's the last one we have in our post. Anybody that knows him in Winnebago also knows that he loves to drink Miller Lite. Perhaps our most important mission for our post and probably all Legion posts is to perform military honors at the funerals of our departed comrades. Winnebago does about 30 of those a year. We cover the Winnebago area and we'll go wherever we're invited or asked. We have a very good group of people. Unfortunately, we get too much practice. We try to do a very good job. We maintain a clubhouse in Winnebago, about 6,000 square feet, available for all sorts of civic functions and private functions. Like every business in Winnebago, it's located on the main street. What separates us from the rest of them is our clubhouse is the only one that has a howitzer in front of it, so it's easy to find. The last 3 years, our fundraising out of our small club in Winnebago has generated almost $200,000 in 3 years. That money, just like the county money, is all budgeted. We try to set aside half of it to go to any veterans groups, organizations, needs. We work very well with the county Veterans Affairs Office. Also goes to maintain our building that is available for everybody in the community. The other 100,000 goes towards youth projects. Specifically, we try to get the kids involved in hunting, fishing, and the outdoors. We make substantial donations to the trap team, the archery team, the fishing team in Winnebago. We send the entire 6th grade class every year up to Stevens Point to the Suez environmental camp up there, along with Badger Boys, Badger Girls State, and numerous scholarships. So half of everything we earn tries to go towards youth programs and activities. We also have a very large auxiliary, basically made up of a lot of the wives, and they make sure that we do a really good job at what we're doing, and they support us all the way. So with that, I would ask everybody to please rise for the presenting of the colors. Sergeant at Arms, at your command, please present the colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Forward, up. Right face. Forward, up.
Thank you, Post 364 members.
Supervisor Powers.
In its great wisdom, our nation has, by proclamation and decree, set aside one day each year for us to celebrate our thankfulness to our Creator. Almighty and gracious Creator, we give you thanks for the fruits of the earth in their season and for the labors of those who harvest them. Make us, we beseech you, faithful stewards of your great bounty, for the provision of our necessities and for the relief of all who are in need. We remember particularly those parts of our world engaged in armed combat. We thank you for all who have served and are serving now in our armed forces. It's been said, a veteran is someone who, at one point in his life, wrote a blank check made payable to the United States of America for an amount of up to and including his life. Let us be seated, and will all veterans remain standing so we may honor you tonight. Thank you.
Supervisor Albrecht. Motion made and seconded for the approval of this amended adoption agenda tonight. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
You're addressing the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I request that ordinance 288 and 289, 11-2023 be put from the agenda and sent back to the Board of Health. Second. And the reason I suggest that is that this was the hottest topic of 2 years ago county board deliberations and Board of Health deliberations. And this debate at the Board of Health lasted an hour and a half. And the debate was between the supporters of it and the opponents. There was 5 members of the Board of Health supposedly present. There were only 4 members. The 5th member was a former supervisor who the Board of Health people deemed to be a citizen member. And therefore, the vote on this was, actually, there was no quorum for that Board of Health. And the issue is sufficiently sensitive and important that it should be considered again by the Board of Health. And I request that you send it back to that committee for a proper quorum.
I talked about with the corporate counsel today, and she can give some answers that her feelings are, and I think it's in our rules. So, corporate counsel.
So in regard to ordinance 288 and 289, which addresses a portion of the local health officers' powers, you will see that not only is the Board of Health listed on the proposed ordinances, but also Supervisor Defferting, Supervisor Hanson, and Supervisor Flom. Now, I agree with Supervisor Eisen that if you look at our general code, under 1106 sub 3A2, it does state, should a Winnebago County Board Supervisor, who is also a member of the Winnebago County Board of Health, resign or be removed from his or her office as a Winnebago County Board Supervisor, said supervisor's term as a member of the Winnebago County Board of Health shall automatically terminate. So given the fact that Rachel Youngquist had resigned as supervisor in September, and since there is this provision in the code, I agree with Supervisor Eisen that the Board of Health listing should come off on this resolution. However, as you all know, under your rules, 7.1, it states that every basically written resolution shall be as concise as possible. This is under resolutions and ordinances, and shall have attached to it the name of the committee, commission, or board, and/or the name of the supervisors introducing it. If you look at your packet, you will see that the first three names on the resolution are the supervisors who introduced it, which are Brian Defferting, Conley Hanson, and Jacob Flom. So I agree that the Board of Health should come off, but it is up to Supervisors Defferting, Hanson, and Flom if they want to remove this, because they have every right under the rules to go forward with this.
Supervisor Eisen.
Yes, I would like to add to the conversation here a memo from the Corporation Counsel's office with an opinion from the WCA County's attorney, our state attorney, on this issue. And none of us have had the opportunity to digest this, and it's altogether appropriate for the chairman to send this back to the committee to consider this information, unless you want to take a 1-hour break in between resolutions so that we can study this.
Mr. Eisen, I will not pull this off when it gets to that, if one of them three wants to pull it, or if the board votes that way, but the agenda has been set. Nobody said a word to me until right now on it, so at this time, it's going to remain on the agenda. So all those in favor of the agenda as is, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. All right, county board appointment. I have an appointment this evening. Believe it or not, on this one here for Supervisor Bames, we had two excellent candidates. We took, I won't say a long time, but as you've seen on resume, we had two excellent resumes from the people in the Armour area there. So when it come down to this person that I am recommending, Mr. Fari was also there. I think you'll find that there's quite a bit that he has to offer for over the whole county board. The other one did maybe for the city or whatever, but this one here is he's been very active in a lot of things. He knows some of you county board members and this and that. So at this time, I'm going to call him up, and then you can ask questions. I'll introduce him as my official appointee, and if anyone has questions, or he'll go ahead and give his background. So at this time, could Edward S. Gizzorni, please come forward. So this is This is Ed. He can tell you a little bit about himself. If you have any questions, this is the time to do it on. This is my appointment as of now, and if he's passed, we'll be swearing him in right afterwards.
Well, I'm honored to be here tonight and be given the opportunity to serve with you folks. I am a Winnebago County resident, not by birth, but by choice. Moved up here in 1988, fell in love with the county, and here I am. My background involves law enforcement. I was a corporate controller. I was in sales management. I do insurance and financial services right now. I'm semi-retired. I have a strong avocation in aviation. Mr. Zellmer probably remembers me from way back when we started the Young Eagles program. In fact, I have the dubious honor, out of all of the pilots around the world, there's only 41 of us that have flown over 1,000 kids, and I did that this last year. So I have a strong feeling for the airport and for the community. I am involved with all kinds of fundraising efforts for different organizations here, and I'm very active in our parish. I'm a trustee, and I leave this up to you if you have any questions for me.
Any questions at all?
I move to approve his appointment.
Motion made and seconded to approve the appointment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Now, if you come out, raise your right hand. I, Edward Zorning,
I, Edward G. Zorning,
having been elected to the office of County Board of Supervisors,
having been elected to the office of County Board of Supervisors, District 34,
swear, that's okay, swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the constitutions of the state of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin.
and I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of said office to the best of my ability.
the duties of the said office to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Right between them two ladies, so look out.
I'm gonna go grab my goodies.
See ya.
So at this time, we'll move forward with public comments. Anyone wishing to speak to the board on anything having to do with Winnebago County may do so at this time. Remember, you have 2 minutes, not on per subject, just to speak at one time on anything in Winnebago County. You go back to either one of them mics in the back, state your name and address and what you'd like to say to the county board.
Emily James, representing Christine Ann at 206 Algoma Boulevard here in Oshkosh. I'm the Grant and Stewardship Specialist at Christine Ann, and I have the honor of co-leading our capital campaign to expand services for survivors. We wanted to start tonight with some gratitude. First and foremost, for the time and effort that each and every one of you put into your role as supervisors. We know it is often a thankless job, but you do it anyway for the good of our community. Thank you for your commitment to Winnebago County. Secondly, we want to thank those of you who answered our calls or emails, asked thoughtful questions, shared words of support, or took the time out of your busy schedule to visit for a tour of our current and future homes. We now recognize many of your faces and are grateful we had the opportunity to shake hands. Regardless of whether or not you think our project should receive Spirit funds, thank you for taking the time to hear us out. Behind me and around the room, you'll see many Christine Ann staff, board members, and others who have come out to show their support for our request. The fact that we have over $4.5 million committed by nearly 50 entities in our community is another testament to this community's belief in our endeavor. Tonight, we hope to add Winnebago County to that list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Alicia Wenger, Executive Director of Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Services. For over a year, we have worked hard to turn our dream of expanded services for survivors of domestic abuse into reality. While it has served us well for over 30 years, we have outgrown our current home. Each year, more than 50 individuals who need the safety of our shelter are turned away because we lack the space or accommodations that they need. Of our 10 bedrooms, currently only 3 can accommodate large families, and only 3 are ADA accessible. We cannot welcome pets on site due to the communal living structure of our building. The beach building takes away all of these limitations for our shelter, which will expand from 37 beds to 60 beds, while also providing enough space for us to launch a transitional housing program of 11 apartments. This new program will offer safe, stable housing and case management for up to 2 years, so survivors can build self-sufficiency and break the cycles of abuse and poverty. You may be asking, what is the impact? So far this year, we've served 543 individuals through our shelter program and outreach, and over 4,000 individuals through our youth and community prevention education. This expansion will allow us to reach even more folks who need support in our community and combat the startling domestic violence homicide statistics that have hit record highs in our state. We are now 8th in the nation for the number of domestic homicides, with around 100 lives lost in each of the last 3 years. With continued Winnebago County partnerships such as the Sheriff's Department, Department of Human Services, school districts, and more, we very much look forward to expanding safety and supportive services for survivors in the beach building, and we will hope that you will stand alongside us in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? We've got mics on both ends, so some of you down there if you want to talk, you can also. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Mitchell Hyder, and I live at 1897 Greenbrier Trail in Oshkosh. I've been on the Christine Ann board for 4 years now, serving as the treasurer for the past 3. Since I was young, my family and I have always supported this great organization, as many of you have also perhaps ran in the annual Race to the Lights. Since then, I've known several people that have fallen victim to domestic violence, which has pushed me to take an active role in this board. Christine Ann serves hundreds of people in our county each year, and with domestic violence sharply increasing in the past few years, more and more people are being turned away from our facility due to constrictions. The new facility will prevent us from turning people away, as we will now have the ability to bring victims that have pets into shelter. We'll add more larger family rooms. All rooms, which Alicia said, will be ADA accessible. We'll increase our capacity from 37 to 60 beds. Additionally, we will consolidate our 2 buildings and have everything under one roof, so victims don't have to risk running into their abuser or facing the poor weather to utilize the services that Christine Ann offers. We serve the entire county and not just the residents of Oshkosh. We continue to partner with law enforcement, school districts, and various government agencies, and we are hoping that we can continue to work with all these groups in the future to bring an end to domestic violence. We are hoping that you will consider approving Christine Ann's ask for spirit funding so we can continue to help the victims and end domestic violence in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Sarah Freiberger. I've been on the Christine Ann board now for approximately 6 years, and I was the board president when we entered into the capital campaign and considered our development and funding plans. And want to, again, as Emily said, thank all of you who were able to attend a vision tour to just see how significant and important this move is for the organization. And then I wanted to share a quick story about why I'm appreciative of Christine Ann. Late last year, as I was working at Kimberly-Clark, I walked into one of our laboratories, and there was a lone woman in the lab. She didn't expect to see anybody that day, and she apologized for how she looked. I didn't understand until she took off her eyeglasses, and I saw 2 black eyes. Her forehead was still half swollen, and it looked like there was probably some stitches. And she told me that her boyfriend had done it. Thanks to Christine Ann, I was able to provide support and resources to her. And a few weeks later, she said that maybe I was meant to find her in the lab that day. So thank you for your consideration tonight, and hopefully your vote of yes on our ask, because you simply never know when or where you will come across domestic abuse and dating violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deb Hansen. I'm here representing Christine Ann. I am an executive committee member for Christine Ann and have been on the board since May of 2022. I'm also a senior director of finance for Oshkosh Corporation with the company over 16 years. My passion for Christine Ann and their mission is founded in their empowerment services. They truly are working to better the entire community by providing the advocacy, training, and tools necessary to reduce domestic abuse and dating violence. Even Oshkosh Corporation has used their services with their R3 program to recognize, respond, and refer employees in our care who may be impacted by domestic abuse or dating violence. The funds we are requesting are extremely important to Christine Ann to be able to continue their mission. As a finance professional, I can say the organization is financially responsible and good stewards of the money they raise. They are making sound financial decisions with the programs and services they offer. You've heard from others of what the additional funds will offer for Christine Ann, so I ask for your thoughtful approach in granting the funds to Christine Ann. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beth Miller, and I am the current facility manager at Christine Ann. I proudly served in the Army Reserve for 10 years. During my time in the service, I was part of a civil affairs unit whose mission was to assist civilian populations in time of crisis. My unit crest, or motto, states, "Bringing order to chaos." I very much believe this same goal is shared here at Christine Ann. As you consider our request today, I ask you to think of the client or client and family in chaos. From the facility perspective, as I see it, we are quickly outgrowing our current location and are struggling to provide a safe and comfortable environment for healing. I believe everyone who walks through our doors deserves dignity and respect. The second floor shelter will give clients the space and environment they need to take steps forward and heal. The transitional housing floor will eliminate long, stressful stays in shelter for clients and their families, while still knowing they are safe and that resources are near should they need them. It will provide families with success. In addition, this transitional housing floor will also allow us to provide safety to more clients in need of shelter. Staff at Christine Ann work hard to empower individuals and families through education, safety, and support, and in leading our community to reduce the incidence and the effects of domestic abuse and dating violence. The funding provided by Winnebago County is vital in helping us to achieve our mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anise, and I'm the volunteer and outreach specialist here at the Christine Ann, 206 Algoma Boulevard. As a survivor who was once a resident as a child at the Christine Ann Center, I know the impact this place has on individuals, families, and all peoples. I am able to stand here because of this impact, and just as I have grown, so has this shelter and our community surrounding it. My story is not unique, and I know that these funds will turn our survivors into thrivers who will lead our community and next generation into happy, healthy, loving relationships. Because of the Christine Ann, help is here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Steve Gorski, President of the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. The Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association has been working for over a year to come up with a plan for the replacement of fire department radios. The current radios were put into service over 10 years ago and are due for replacement. As you can imagine, having consistent, reliable, clear communications during emergency incidents is vital to the safety of our firefighters as well as the general public we serve. These funds will help us purchase portable radios for firefighters to wear, mobile radios for the fire apparatus, digital vehicular repeater systems, which are used to enhance the radio signal when our firefighters are working in large structures where it is harder to communicate, and the associated equipment to put them into service. The money from the Spirit Fund would help reduce the burden on the fire departments, some of which would have almost no other way to fund these radios, ultimately reducing the burden on all of the Winnebago County taxpayers. All of the fire chiefs and the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association greatly appreciate your consideration in assisting us with this request for funding for our radio project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jacob Claymeyer. I live at 505 Hobbs Avenue here in Oshkosh. I'm here to support the Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Services, and I wanted to say that their commitment to immediate relief and long-term prevention aligns seamlessly with the ARPA fund objectives in mitigating public health crises and supporting vulnerable households. The proactive approach, particularly in youth services and community education, is not just addressing the current needs of the community, but actively working to break the cycle of domestic violence. This foresight demonstrates a deep understanding of the issue and a commitment to sustainable change. Moreover, Christine Ann's expansion plans, including development of new facilities, directly respond to the growing demand of their services. This community project is not just a response to the crisis, but a strategic move towards building a safer, more resilient county. By allocating ARPA Spirit funds to the Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Services, we are not only acknowledging the vital work that they do, but we're reinforcing the community's commitment to safety, healing, and resilience. This investment is a clear statement that we stand together against domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Kay Horan, District 5.
You're going to have to get by the mic, please, Supervisor.
I'm sorry, I thought I was. Thank you. Thank you. I am here to jump ship here. ARPA funds, as we all know, $145,000 was given to each municipality. I was going through the minutes of the Finance Committee in Neenah, and they have Director Rasmussen explained the Winnebago County Spirit Fund was created in March of 2023 out of the ARPA dollars. The county board passed a resolution to pay each municipality $145,000. In order to receive the money, each municipality had to identify a project that had a one-time expense with a legacy. The project could be reimbursable. Staff is recommending the resurfacing of Hunt Avenue, Brook Drive, and Fairwood Drive project as the reimbursable one-time expense with the legacy project to receive the Spirit Fund money. The total cost of the project was $486,851. This area had a passer rating of 2 and is a low to moderate income neighborhood. This neighborhood will benefit from this project for some time. I just want you to know that these are unofficial minutes that I found today and wanted everyone to know that Neenah is going to be using their money in a fine way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Damel. I'm the Highway Commissioner for Winnebago County. I'm here tonight to talk about support of Resolution 277-11-2023, honoring Paul DeLapp. This past September, Paul and his wife were killed in a tragic motorcycle accident in Fond du Lac County. I had the pleasure to work with Paul for 29 years. Most importantly, I had the honor to call him my friend. Paul was a devoted worker to our department. He cared about the people he worked with. Most importantly, he was devoted to his family. Paul, this was going to be his last year working as a paving foreman and snow plowing this year, and he was going to retire. So it pains me to see, this happen. But at least tonight, I think the honoring of Paul would be a great thing, and I'm supporting that. One thing at Paul's funeral, I had a discussion with his daughter. One thing she said, she remembered Paul taking a day off of work for an extended weekend. And they went camping, and she remembers Paul feeling bad that he took a day off of work because he thought he left his crew and his department. You know, and that says a lot about the dedication of an employee that we work with. I can't say enough for the employees that I work with at the Highway Department and Winnebago County. So I ask for your support with that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Damel.
Good evening. My name is Lois Gritzmacher. I live at 3576 Leonard Point Lane. I'm a citizen member of the Board of Health, and I'm here to speak against passage of the two amendments that are up at the end of your agenda to 1108. First of all, you know, it seems like this is born of this vendetta against the health department that is fueled by misplaced anger at the health department that's left over from the pandemic. We need to remember the pandemic is over. It's done. It's behind us. Now we need to set our sights on the diseases that are still with us. And I'm talking about hepatitis A, bacterial meningitis, blastomycosis, rubella, measles, mumps, it goes on and on. There's almost 1,000 reportable diseases that we could very well be open to, and the health department is expected to respond to. Changing these ordinances to this degree that makes them so at odds with what state statute has is just totally irresponsible. If you're going to make drastic changes like this, you would expect that there's been a lot of delving into facts and understanding and really truly knowing what goes into disease control. So, do you suppose that the three supervisors that are bringing these forward, did they even ask the health department, or the health officer? How would it affect what you statutorily do in response to communicable disease? Did they even ask him? No. Did they ask other health officers in surrounding counties for their input? I seriously doubt it. Did they take the time to go to the state level and get a good understanding in?
Yes, ma'am, I will call it when I'm ready. Thank you.
I can't hear what you said.
Your time is up, is what
I'm sorry.
what she wants to say to you. I was ready to tell you very
Vote no on
nicely.
these
but-
ordinances, please. It's a responsible thing to do.
Hello, my name is Leah Kitts, and I live here in Oshkosh, and I am speaking about ordinance 289-11-2023 regarding the health department and what seems to be taking away their powers to manage public health emergencies. I read the resolution. It reads very much like an employer concern about being able to hire people and the impact that the pandemic and the shutdowns had on them. While I sympathize with employers, I know that's difficult. I hesitate to have a new ordinance that makes it more difficult for public health to manage an evolving situation rather than having employers decide, well, we don't want to lose employees or have difficulty hiring employees. That's how this thing reads. And I specifically point to that there is, this ordinance takes away the speed at which the county board needs to approve a recommendation from the Department of Public Health, and it allows only 7-day duration of a general order, which seems insufficient when you really have an evolving situation. I just think that this is written not in a way that is going to be beneficial to me as a citizen of this county and to others in this county. Thank you. I guess what I'm asking for is you to vote against this, passing this resolution.
Thank you.
Toby Vandenhoevel, 4610 Island View Drive, Oshkosh. I too am a citizen member of the Board of Health. Unfortunately, I was out of the country and I was not able to attend this last meeting, of which this proposal was, what I'd say, very quickly pushed through the Board of Health, and I'm glad it was taken, the Board of Health was taken off the name, because I don't feel as if there has been enough discussion and consideration to what's actually being proposed here. So without going through all the facts, you guys can work through that, but really do look at what is being proposed here. There needs to be something done. We all agree we need to address to our citizens to address this issue on how to best please everyone, which is impossible, but we do need to, modify the resolution in some form or fashion. But what's being proposed tonight is really quite radical. And look at what it's requiring of all of you as the supervisors to meet every 7 days until a pandemic's over, to continue to maintain the safety of our citizens. So vote no or vote no just to bring it back to the board, but I really think that more consideration has to be done on these two proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Pingle. I'm the Director of Operations for St. Vincent de Paul and Nina and Vinnie's Pantry. Want to thank you for considering our one-time ask. We got into the pantry business kind of on chance in 2021 with 52 families and in northern Winnebago County, and it's blown up to 2013. We just passed this past week, and that's families, not individuals, and that's northern Winnebago. So again, thank you for considering us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, there we go.
Hello, Bill Paulno, 534 South Lake Street, Neenah, Wisconsin. And before I start, I was a member of this elected board in 2008, so I just want to make sure I recognize my supervisor, Supervisor Nussbaum, who helped me in a situation that involved a warrant and got me in touch with the sheriff. So I just want to publicly acknowledge him, because I know that typically does not happen for the meat and potatoes type stuff for county supervisor. So I just want to acknowledge that. I'm touching base in regard to the ordinance 288. I'm in support of the way it's written. As a former county board supervisor, and I was a city council member of Neenah for 6 years, I think it's important to recognize value of our input of 36 people who have said, or how many times people have said we have too many people on this board. Well, I think this is case in point of the wide spectrum of this county, that when times are hot, which they were under COVID, now you change this when they're not so hot. I mean, if you look at this this ordinance, it says no fiscal impact. When I see that, I understand that from the county's viewpoint. But then you look at the state statute. I don't know if anybody actually did the research on the state statute. One of the statutes, 660113, that's citations for certain ordinance violations. And the other statute, 660119, that's special inspections warrants. Well, those are the two things, citations and warrants, that are going to impact my neighbors, me, and potentially anybody in this room. So to put that out there where you're reacting within 7 days, 7 days is plenty of time. I would be here in a day, in 10 minutes when it comes to that, when it was COVID, because everybody knew the criticality of that, and I have full faith in this board to interject at that time, because that's why we put you here. When it's hot, when it matters. Because if you're not going to be here when it matters, don't show up. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public?
Hi, my name's Ken Sperling. I live at 1995 Hickory Lane. I'm here to support Christine Ann Center. I'm not a staff member. I'm not on the board. My ties to Christine Ann is that for 30 years I've run in their Race for Lights. I've supported them in many different ways, financially and with help. And I see what they're trying to do in terms of making services available to our residents. I've seen the impact on people in our county from domestic abuse. I've seen the positive impact that Christine Ann Center has done. So I would simply ask that this county board strongly consider those funds and the effect they'll have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Wait for my timer. I need every second I can get. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Shauna Zestera, 1882 Clairville Road, speaking as a citizen at this point. I had a couple of conversations the last couple of days with two very compelling and influential people from Milwaukee. One was Dr. Terry. Sorry, I don't know the last name. Have all the records if you need them. Dr. Terry would have spoken tonight, but she works at the Alma Center. And the other one was Daryl Davidson, who works at the Milwaukee Father Coalition. Because I wanted to learn a little bit more about, number one, as many of you know, I've beat the drum about, I don't think the county should be involved in spending taxpayer money on nonprofits. But the other thing is to really understand domestic violence in other ways. And I do appreciate those who spoke. I did take notes, and I do appreciate what you have to say. I've got 52 seconds left. So I just want to bring to your attention the restorative justice, the healing people, men, women, boys, girls. These are situations that I know that Christine Ann is aware of, but there's other ways that we can go about doing that. It doesn't have to be a punitive system. It doesn't have to be, there's a lot of blacks incarcerated right now that these folks at Alma and Father Coalition are really working hard at. They would have spoken tonight at my request, but Daryl Davidson is taking a big group of young boys and men out to gather, to support. So what I'm saying is this: I was abused by my dad. Let me just say real quick. Can I have 10 more seconds, Mr. Chairman? And all I'm asking for is for us to look at the whole picture and look at the healing aspect of families in this. And I would ask that you would vote no to the $500,000 for Christine Ann. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Anyone else in the public? Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to just respond briefly to Supervisor Zastra's comments. Something that I feel very passionate about is restorative and transformative justice. And I am one of several staff members at Christine Ann and other agencies here in the county that have been working to understand and learn more about that.
You're talking on something that has nothing to do with Winnebago County. It can only do with Winnebago County. I'm sorry.
Christine Ann Services, including the one that I'm
I thought
referencing.
you're answering her. That has nothing to do with answering her questions. So you can't answer someone's questions on that end.
May I speak to
the board?
May I speak to the board about an endeavor that Christine Ann is working on with regards to transformative justice?
Well, I got a girl there that's got her hand in the air. I'll let her talk to you.
I didn't know that I could only speak one time as an individual.
That's why I said only 2 minutes. I said that right away at the start.
2 minutes cumulatively. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Anyone else? I believe there is someone on Zoom. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's someone here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Rosemary Barnard, and I live at 1729 Delaware Street. And I am here tonight as a concerned citizen for the resolution 285-1120-23. I was at that health board meeting as a concerned citizen. I took the time and I listened. And also the fact tonight when this gentleman took his oath, that is the reason why I am in support of this, because I feel we the people need a voice as well.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anyone else from the public? Anyone else? I believe someone's on Zoom. 3's on Zoom now.
Hello?
Just hold on there, waiting to get your picture. There you are. Who do we have first? Who? Deb Martin.
I don't see my picture yet, but
Yes, they can. Yes, we can.
you can. All right. So I'm here to speak on the ordinances as well. What Lois had to say, I just want to put exclamation points after. She's been on the citizen on the health board. I don't understand these amendments. I think they look politically motivated totally. Because they're people mad about what happened during the pandemic. As Lois said, we are not in a pandemic, but all these other illnesses we do have. In fact, I saw something from the health department. We get about 1,000 different types of diseases are addressed that are non-pandemic related. And why in the world would you want to take away from our county health department to act on behalf of us as citizens? These are people who understand health, and give it to some people who are on the county board. Now, I'm not demeaning your work, and I thank you for your service, but I think you're overstepping by a lot the knowledge you have. Are some of you medical professionals? Have you worked in clinics? Are you nurses, doctors? This is just totally wrong. And I, as a county board supervisor, politics should not be involved here. Consider the health of the entire county and who is best able to understand the needs at the drop of a hat. Thinking that you guys are going to get together every 7 days and vote on something, and then 2/3 of you must agree? I don't see too often that 2/3 of you agree on many things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jennifer, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to speak first, and then my mother's going to speak right after me. She's here as well. My name is Jennifer Kozer. I'm from Winnebago, and I wanted to speak regarding ordinances 288 and 289 on the agenda. I would just like to ask the board to vote in favor of these ordinances. I am in support of them both. And also, if you vote on these, could you please do a roll call vote on the ordinances on both of them? And also, if any supervisor is speaking, could they please speak into a microphone? We could not hear Supervisor Eisen earlier when he was speaking, and we wanted to hear what he was saying. So that's all I have to say, and my mom's going to speak next.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Diane Kozer, and I live in Winnebago as well. And in my opinion, our county health officer was granted far. So I'm asking you to vote in favor of ordinances 288, 289. And thank you to Supervisors Defferding, Hanson, and Flom for submitting these ordinances. And I also request that you do a roll call vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Ann? Mary Ann, can you hear us?
Yes. I'm Mary Ann Offer. I live at 1103 East Parkway Avenue in Oshkosh. And I would like to speak against your voting for the ordinances 288 and 289. As a senior citizen, I lost some friends because of the recent pandemic. Going back in my family history, I have seen other effects of major events like that. It is a really serious time, a serious concern for a community, and that's when we need to turn to our public health officials, the people who are most up to date on exactly what needs to be done. We had a new ordinance written during the pandemic. We have not had any new orders since then. And I think that it was given consideration during that time and that should be respected. Changing it for reasons that do appear to be political, I'm sorry to say, that makes me sad to think that would be why an august body like yours would make decisions at the possibility of risking people's lives seems quite sad. I looked at the most recent Wisconsin Counties magazine in November 2023. There was an article from the chief counsel for the county organization, and he wrote, as counties discuss potential ordinances to address the role of the local health officer, it is important to remember that issuing broad guidance or orders applicable to the general public in the midst of an outbreak is but a sliver of a local health officer's job. There are many statutes and regulations detailing the important work of health officers, and counties need to ensure that they do not inadvertently create issues within one area of a local health officer's responsibility.
Your time is up. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Please read that article. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else from the audience, no one else on Zoom. We'll consider that part closed. Next is communication, petition, memorial, accounts, and commendations.
Okay, tonight we have a resolution from Kenosha County. It's resolution number 60. It's a resolution on the individual health decisions pertaining to COVID-19 government lockdowns, vaccine, and mask mandates that will be referred to the legislative committee. We have one petition for zoning, number 001, for Steve and Kathleen Reith and Lisa Kaznak. I'm sorry, I'm hurting these names. Kaznacki, to rezone from R2 for Lot 1, R2 and R1 for Lot 2, to R2 for Lot 1 and R1 for Lot 2. And that will be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee. I have, in memory of Paul DeLapp, Paul had been employed with the Highway Department for the past 31 years, and during that time, had been a most conscientious and devoted county employee. And Paul DeLapp unexpectedly passed away on September 1st, 2023. Let everybody show their sincere appreciation and commendation and extend in memory of Paul DeLapp for his fine services that he rendered to Winnebago County. Also, on your desks tonight, you have a calendar from the Wisconsin Counties Association. You have an invitation to the County Board Supervisors Christmas Party. With that is a small attachment that if you can get that back to us as soon as possible so we know how many will be coming. And then the other thing on your desk is your papers that you can
I lost my thoughts.
Start.
Start circulating for the next election, which will be April 2nd.
December 1st.
So
December 1st, correct?
the election's April 2nd.
No, December 1st they can start.
December 1st is the first day that you can start circulating nomination papers. The declaration of candidacy and the campaign finance report can be turned in at any time. All of your papers, whether you turn them some in early and wait with the nomination papers, everything has to be in our office by January 2nd at 5 o'clock. 5:01, you're too late. And if you have any questions, please feel free to call our office. We'll do everything we can to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings up a good point. We did have a third candidate for that one that we just appointed, Ed, to, but he got it in too late. So he was just out. So we had two, so there would have been three, but if you're not in on time, we just had to continue on with what we had, and I think we did all right. All right. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Nobody has anything tonight. Supervisor Estero.
Mr. Chairman, I really wanted to ask, I'm still kind of new to this, and I am the secretary for planning and zoning. And I wanted to defer to our chairman for that. I want to see if I can share some things that I am observing on planning and zoning as secretary.
That is not on the agenda, so you wouldn't be able to just bring it up tonight, so.
Thank you.
Sorry. Supervisor Ponzer.
Yes, isn't this the time when we should be getting a report from the ARP fund? I thought we voted on that last month, that we were to get a monthly report. Is this the time we are to get it?
I don't know what exactly you're talking about. There'll be quite a few ARPA fund dollars that'll be brought up tonight to be spent. So, unless you're talking about interest and all that's left over, we can do that again sometime, so if that's what you're looking for. Okay. One thing I wanted to bring up, because I know Supervisor Ponzer was one that asked, and probably the 1st of December, the 1st of the year, they will be going ahead and they'll be opening up your drawers again. Yeah. It took a lot. We went through the sheriff, it had to go through Julie, it had to go through the judge, everything. So, but thanks to the clerk's office here again, they'll be opening them up and closing them. You won't get the keys. They'll be in charge of the keys. So that will be coming.
Mr. Chairman, to get back where I originally was coming on this, I believe it was Supervisor Horan that brought it up, that we were to have a report on how much money there was, how much money was appropriated, how much we made in interest. I thought that was to be a monthly report. I might be mistaken.
I do not remember it, and I know nothing come forward on my agenda, but I can look into it and put it on there from now on if that's what you want or whatever. I know the treasurer's back there, and he'd be more than happy anytime if I ask him to do that. So do what he can anyways. So.
That was Horan that did that, Ran.
No one else? Okay, county executives report. Is that on?
Is this on? It is on. All right, good evening. First, I want to start out by wishing all of you and our county family a happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your turkey or ham or whatever it is that you're going to eat. Enjoy your time with family, because that's really what this is about. Tonight, I'm just going to address items that are strictly on the agenda. There are 4 Spirit Fund projects on the agenda. I'd like to ask my fellow commission members on the board to support these items and answer questions as they come up. The first is $2.1 million for radios that are to be dispersed by the county's Fire Chiefs Association. With this resolution, Winnebago County will be one of the only few counties providing support for radio units that are not their own. Winnebago County was the only county to provide direct funding to local municipalities. With this resolution, that number will be over $5 million going to municipal needs, which will reduce the amount of borrowing for county taxpayers. I think that's unique, and I think that's pretty cool that we've done that. The second resolution is the purchase of the beach building for the Christine Ann Center. Under state law, counties are expressly allowed to provide resources to domestic violence shelters. Counties across the state work very closely with these shelters, particularly through child welfare, economic support, public health, and other county functions. The Christine Ann Center serves the entire county. The third resolution is for the food pantry in Neenah. The commission prioritized geographic diversity. This will allow a necessary expansion of the food pantry serving the north side of the county, and the need for food pantries is tremendous as of late, as you've heard in the report and their growth. The fourth resolution is for an improvement in the county jail. This commission prioritized debt avoidance, which lowers our tax levy, and I think this accomplishes that goal as well as will work to limit overtime in the future. I think it's a smart move. Also on the agenda tonight is the merging of several committees. I will sign these resolutions if passed because I believe the operational efficiencies for both the board and the county staff. From staff perspective, we currently utilize over 80 staff members to support committee functions. We can reduce that with this resolution. Additionally, the resolutions will help knock down the perceived silos in the county. We need a farm with silos, not a farm filled with silos. When committees work on multiple issues, directors and board members alike begin to learn a deeper level of what each department does and how we can work together. Many members of this board support the merging of public health and human services. This would be the first step for this board to look at that. Counties across the state have adopted similar model structures. To our county to have all these merges happening would make it easier for people to follow items flowing through the county. At the end of the day, merging committees is better for citizens who want to follow what we as county government actually do. Additionally, tonight, you have the merged paid time off plan. You've heard the presentation from Director Hobick and his team, who are here tonight. This plan aligns with the regional survey, which was done last year, and trends in both public and private sector. This is a better benefit that will help us in both recruiting and retention, even though I know that there are still some concerns on that. Lastly, you possibly may vote to have changes for the public health emergency orders tonight. In a shared revenue legislation, the power of the public health officers were limited further than the current ordinance. The ordinance passed previously by the county board attempted to ensure elected officials are involved in that decision. And I tend to agree with that. I will sign these resolutions if they're passed. Our citizens expect us to be part of that decision-making process. That's what we're elected for. And government can only operate efficiently through the consent of the governed. And I think that has been strained as of late. I also trust this board would be able to convene on a 24-hour emergency notice and to make that a priority if this is a rule that you pass to get together. Now, this is just for those general orders. As a restaurant owner, if I'm putting an individual at risk for the foodborne illness, public health still has tools to ensure public safety. There is still a need, and I hope you all agree, for public health to make sure that I am not giving your children salmonella. At the same point, on these general orders, when we're talking about safer at home, wasn't necessarily safer at home for all. We as an elected body should be making those decisions together. But again, I encourage you, if you do pass this, please be willing to meet on a 24-hour emergency basis if need be to do that. I have faith in your ability to do that, and I have faith that the time were to come for you to listen to reason on that. And last, I would like to double down on thanking you all for the opportunity to serve you and wishing you all a happy Thanksgiving. With that, I will take any questions.
Supervisor Estero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Executive Damel, for your time. I want to express appreciation for your support for the radios, the jail, the various things that you had to say tonight. I appreciate. A question regarding the radios. One thing that I learned is that I think you said something about how we'll fund the radios for the fire this time, but 10 years from now when they go obsolete or whatever, don't count on us or whatever. You never said that exactly. I'm just kind of wondering why you wouldn't want to take a position that you would support them on the radio things. I mean, I know that they are a nonprofit. I remember that. But we're talking, soup suppers and things like that, not 50 contributors. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just would like you to address that if you would.
Yeah, I mean, it's the price tag of it. It's a large price tag every 10 years that we're going to put on our tax burden. And I think what makes me a little bit more sympathetic to this, because that was the deal that we signed 10 years ago. We were going to buy everybody radios, and you're going to pay for them the next round. That being said, a lot of these towns have volunteer fire departments. A radio, a $6,000 radio, is a much larger percentage of their annual budget in a town than it is for the city of Oshkosh. I'm not saying the city of Oshkosh isn't more deserving. It's just within our means, and Captain Bedolla is here. Our radios alone for our units was $2.6 million for our county, right? Right, 2.6. So that's a big cost that we have to bond for. So it's not so much of not seeing the need. It's how do we plan better for the next 10 years? Can we put 10% away every year so that we're more prepared for that? And assess the needs. Some of these radios, I think, will last 12 or 15 years.
Okay.
So that was why those remarks. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did, and I appreciate that. The other question I had is, you talk a lot about, everybody talks a lot about food insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
Is food insecurity the same as, do you know what the definition of that is? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm hearing that out there in the public, and I'm kind of wondering, is it insecurity actual hunger? I'm not sure. I mean,
it can be, or it could just be terrified, right? And for me, it's terrified. I got 5 daughters. That grocery cart is not getting any cheaper. I am thankful, and this is for my family at home, I am thankful that my family likes ramen noodles.
yeah, but I think there's a supervisor that just looked back at me. Food insecurity is a buzzword, just like sustainability and all of that right now.
Sure.
I'm just saying there is a lot of food out there, for the taking. Ruby's Pantry, Feeding America when COVID came, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
There's markdowns, there's Aldi, there's St. Vincent de Paul's and stuff. I'm just saying, I'm concerned about it.
So am I. This is why I had Human Services reach out and give some boost to all our food pantries who are seeing overwhelming numbers.
I'm talking about entitlement aspects as well, Executive Damel. I'm concerned that people are abusing it.
I'm not going to
I
cut
don't
out
mean
the
to
90% for the 10% that abuse it. Some
Okay.
people abuse systems. Yes, correct. I'm always, whether I'm county executive or just a restaurant owner, I'm going to try to feed people that are hungry.
And I didn't mean to be
I know.
argumentative.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your questions.
Supervisor Bender.
Just out of curiosity, we hear how important these radios were.
Mm-hmm.
How many took that 145,000 and bought some radios out of all the municipalities that received the 140? That was the most important thing I'm hearing was the radios. How many of them purchased a radio out of that 145,000?
Do fire trucks count? Because a couple of them.
No, we're talking radios. That's what the
Right.
money's for. I'm just curious because we're saying that they were so important. Apparently, roads are more important than the radios because what I hear is they repaired roads. They didn't think the radios were really that important, and the radios really, if we wouldn't have got that money, our radios were going to last for 14 years. We were going to replace 25% a year for 4 years. So we're saying these radios are wore out, but if we wouldn't have gotten that money, those radios weren't gonna be replaced, but 25% a year for 4 years. And it's, to the best of my knowledge, there's not one person that took that $145,000 and bought a much-needed radio.
No, that's a fair question. And I think I started off that way. And Tom, I don't think I was on board with radios at the beginning,
I
right?
don't know if they want to hear my answer, but I can tell them real quick.
Right. You'll get, yeah.
We went ahead and we bought a fire truck. We're doing roads, yes, all this and that. We couldn't afford doing the radios plus all this other stuff along with some of these other ones. So someplace you got to draw a line, just like all of us do in our households. You got to decide roads. You're not going to get to visit us in Rushford if we don't have roads there for you to get on. If your house is in Rushford and the fire's flaming, you better have a truck that can get there, and there better be radios in the people's hands to tell you where to get and what's got to be doing for the next person. So they're all very important.
And I do feel for but the towns have the cheapest tax rate. You come to the city of Oshkosh and the village of Winnebago, we pay almost double what the town's pay in taxes. So you can't have money if you don't pay any property taxes. That's how you get revenue. You get it through property tax. And that's how you buy your fire trucks, and that's how you buy your radios. You have to charge enough tax and plan in the future. You know, we can basically fund these, and we're gonna give the money to somebody, so let's give it to them. But in the future, you have to fund through taxes.
Well, and to the fire departments, they're not the boss. I mean, you have city administrators and other people that are. And to their commitment, I don't think there's a single ARPA commission they've missed. So they've had somebody there at every single one. They've had multiple conversations with me afterwards. And I think I've moved over time, and I think we've got a good compromise. How do we do it? We let the trades organization figure out where the need goes, and I think, you know, those talks that we've had together have got me there to the point where I could support this. But I understand your frustrations. Thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's admirable to talk about lowering the bonding levels for the municipalities. The fire trucks are more expensive than they were. The road paving is all more expensive, and that creates a big burden. What I'd like to ask you to comment on is how you value lowering the county's portion of debt levy versus handing that out to the municipalities, because we all know that we have tens of thousands of dollars of building repairs and maintenance that isn't in our already full capital improvement plan. We're seeing projects come through for our county. We'll see one tonight that wasn't in the capital improvement plan. So there's probably more beyond that bulging improvement plan, beyond the tens of millions of dollars that the facilities study came back with, that we're going to need to take on. And we're going to either need to choose not to pave roads, not to repair buildings, or to significantly really explode the amount of borrowing that this county needs to do. Can you talk about where you feel, dollar for dollar, what's the trade-off? How important are these municipalities versus lowering the county's debt?
All right, just for clarification, you talked about the municipal spends of the Spirit funds.
Right? We've already done the the 145 per. So we can just talk about this 2.1 million.
Well, how would I answer that? Is one of the largest challenges that I think that I've met when I was elected as county executive. It's not one county. We're 3 counties in one. We have the north section, which is Neenah, Menasha, Fox Crossing, that feels separate from Oshkosh, which feels separate from Winnebago, Amero, and West. So we have 3 population centers, right, that are roughly 60,000 plus apiece, that have animosity for each other. And I think this does a good faith effort of kind of building that trust again so we can start working together as one county. There are things that I would love to do that we just can't do, and ships that have sailed a long time ago. Chamber of Commerce, for instance, the Fox Valley Chamber of Commerce, we're never going to get Neenah and Menasha and Fox Crossing back off that. I understand that. They're part of a larger group, right? But we lost that years ago when we allowed that to happen. When we allowed our resources to go into Outagamie County. So this is a good faith for us to reach out to those communities again and say, listen, we're one team. We're one county. So as far as the tax levy, tax citizens are tax citizens, whether it's the tax bill off of the county form or your Nina bill or your Menasha bill or your Winnebago bill, a savings is savings. For me, it's more, if it's one-time money, it's a one-time effort for us to say, listen, we're one county, we need to start working together as a team. I hear you, I hear your challenges, and that's why, me personally, I would see it as a value above maybe a building that we're gonna have to find out how to fund anyways. I mean, our problems will be our problems, but
Are you willing to increase the county's our borrowing year over year to subsidize municipalities lowering theirs?
Again, it was one-time funding for some of these things. So to me, it's that goodwill of working together as a county again, one time.
Okay, but the county has lots of one-time expenses.
Sure.
That we are going to need to borrow for, and you are proposing that we spend this money to buy down the debt of municipalities, knowing that we have more than what we've already budgeted for coming our way. So are you willing to increase above $10 million what you're asking this county board to approve in bonding year over year?
I mean, we're gonna have to look at that. Yes, we're gonna have $5 million of roads isn't gonna get us the amount of road work we need to do every year, right? So that's probably gonna be, I don't know, Bob's here, 7 million? Probably gonna have to go, so that leaves our 10 million plan down to 3 to do the building repairs we have to do. Well, that's not gonna be enough.
Okay, so you're asking us to approve this, knowing that we are all gonna have to vote to approve higher bonding levels for this county, because this money is being spent to buy down the bonding levy for our municipalities. Thank you.
I don't know that yet. It depends on the plan. Depends on what we come up with. So, that's how I'd answer that. Any other questions?
Supervisor Haran.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you please explain to me why we are supporting these 501c3s, which the 4 ARPA funds, or excuse me, Spirit Fund dollars are being asked for this evening?
Sure. I can talk about the food pantry, for instance. As far as food share goes, there's only so much we can give, and special empathy for a lot of our seniors who were receiving $300 a month during the pandemic, got downsized to $80 a month. Well, the price of butter didn't come down, nothing else. So we have this whole population of the baby boomers, seniors, no offense to anybody, that are really on a limited income that are struggling, which is why these food pantries are going gangbusters. And that's part of our job. It's part of the EDRC and other things. And a lot of these 501c3s that we're looking at help us do our mission. And if allowed, Bill Topol's in the back room, is our Director for Human Services, can tell you of the ways that, especially tonight, Christine Ann Center has, we've done work with them through the Sheriff's Department, through Human Services, through the Health Department. They help us complete our mission. Without them, our job is a lot harder, and the cost to do that is much greater.
Are they saving us money by doing that?
Can I have Bill answer that question?
Well, I don't want to get it going
Right.
so everybody goes, so if you want
Sure.
to answer it, that's fine.
Yes, I can safely say absolutely they are.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stary, you've already talked twice on this here, so,
I just talked once, Chairman.
pardon?
I just talked once, Chairman.
Well, you quit and then you went on your second minute, whether you knew it or not, so
I thought we had two 2-minute.
you did, you were on one, no, and so you went on your second time. I think Julie put you on the second one, didn't you? Well, go ahead if you're going to be quick.
I will be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So Executive Damel, whatever is voted, if we did vote against the $1 million towards the 501c3s, what happens to that money?
Nothing. It doesn't go anywhere. We choose another project. Yep. Yep.
Maybe she wasn't out of money. No, I don't know. Okay, anyone else not seeing anything? We'll go to your appointments and we'll do each one of your appointments, your 2 pointers there, we'll vote on separate.
All right.
So we'll go with your reappointments and then your appointments, and we'll vote on them separate.
All right. Reappointments. So that's the order it's here. Okay. For the Local Emergency Planning Committee, you want me to do that whole committee at once?
Sure.
Okay. Reappointments are Audrey Erdman from the American Red Cross, Janelle Tatro, sorry if I mispronounced that, from Fox River Valley Ethanol, LLC, Beth McCormick from Valley Environmental Response, and Sean Prust from Hydrite Chemical. Let's see, yeah? Do the appointments as well? Okay. Appointments is Sean Bordeaux, Fox Crossing Fire Department, and Stephanie Spence, Advocate Aurora Medical Center.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Your appointment.
All right, for my next appointment, and I just wanted to make it clear, I did offer this to Supervisor Burrow first, and he declined, so I'm not skipping over him. I just want everybody to know that. I'm for the Advocate Board of Directors, Supervisor Jazorni. Did I get it? Close. All right. Can you help me out? Can I? Jazorni. Jazorni? Okay. All right. Thank you. It said Advocate Board of Directors.
Motion made and seconded to approve. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
County Boards report. We've got Supervisor Ellenberger and Vice Chairman Fari are excused this evening. I too, before I forget, I would do it down at the end, but I want to make sure and not forget to wish you and your families all a happy Thanksgiving. It's a time that to be with your families and friends. So this board sometimes I get kind of like turkey feathers, and we get spread way far apart, but it seems like we come together, and so we're one big family, and we don't always agree, but so I want to wish you all the best, you and your families. And then with that, I also want to go ahead, and this is why I had to go ahead and have the Julie go ahead and make this, put in Ed Zoni. I wanted to make him on the aviation. Now, somebody's going to say, why did you do that? Well, aviation has, they're 5. They're already, Supervisor Beam was on there. He's already down 1. See if it goes on. Somebody else is missing this and that. They have a lot of things that goes on with FFA and all this and that. And if something happens and they miss out on some boats, that'd be very big. So that's why I'd like to have him appointed onto that. Motion, is there a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carried. Okay, at this time, consent agenda. You all see the consent agenda in front of you. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent? Is there a second? Second. Motion made and seconded for the approval of tonight's consent agenda. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. The number 5, the Take Your Kid Hunting Foundation, it's doing business as Bob and Rocco Gun Show at Winnebago County. It's called both names, Bob and Rocco at Winnebago County?
That's the way the resolution come in. I'm looking back.
I saw that, but it doesn't make sense.
I'm looking back at your director to see if that's the way it is, or.
So, are they doing business as Winnebago County?
The contract itself is written, their company is National Take a Kid Hunting Foundation Incorporated. And Bob is...
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Take that off the agenda and let's discuss it at the proper time. We're consent agenda, not discussion and...
Okay, do you want it pulled? Nobody pulled it, so. See, nobody pulled it, so we're trying to get it straightened out. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, it's listed as National Take a Kid Hunting Foundation Incorporated on the contract itself. And Robert Pucci is the name of the owner. And so that's why Bob is on there.
I think the question that they're asking, they said, and Winnebago County, is Winnebago County part of it, or just, if I read it right, it just means that you're...
It's between the two entities,
It's
between National
This is
Take a
the two
Kid
names?
Hunting Foundation and Winnebago County, the
That's the way I
contract.
took it also. So, did you understand that, Supervisor Powers?
No, I don't.
That's where the two different ones, you've got this,
Oh, okay, I got it.
Bob
Thank
and
you.
Rocco wants to do business with Winnebago County.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolutions and ordinance. Resolution number 281-11-2023, approving up to $2,100,000 of the Spirit Fund to be appropriated for purchasing radios, radio equipment by the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association to be distributed equitably among the association member fire department. Vice Chairman Farr is not here tonight, so Supervisor Cox.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the resolution 281-11-2023, approving up to 2.1 million of the Spirit Fund to be appropriated for purchasing radios and radio equipment by the Winnebago County Fire Department, Fire Chiefs Association, to be distributed equitably among the association member fire departments.
And that's seconded by Supervisor Gordon. Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just wanting to make a statement as we speak tonight about county funds and the Spirit Fund dollars being utilized for the county, not for 501c3s or charities. This is an association that is a charity. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted clarification to the board. I did vote against all these ARPA resolutions, and I did that because I felt there wasn't enough language in there, clawback language, if something were to go awry. So I would like to offer an amendment, and I will do this on all of the ARPA resolutions. After line 22, after be it further resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association shall be responsible for reimbursement to the Winnebago County for any dispersed funds which are determined by Winnebago County to have been misused or misappropriated. Any reimbursement of funds which is required by Winnebago County shall be due within 45 days after giving written notice to receipt of such misuse or misappropriation.
Second.
And that was seconded.
Wait just a second.
Yep.
Can we do it all at once?
No,
You have to each one. Okay.
Okay. You got this one. Okay.
I don't have the verbiage.
Okay.
I have the like.
Oh, you got the verbiage?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
And this is majority?
No, this is 2/3 because you are, oh, no, he's amended, yes.
Okay.
It's a majority.
Yes, sir. We just gotta wait till the machines are ready here. We gotta vote on the amendment first, right? Did everyone hear the amendment? Okay, we'll try by voice.
You've got discussion.
Discussion. Supervisor Buck, did you have any more discussion?
Yes, I just want to let the board know I worked with corporate counsel on this. It just came in too late for us to get this written in the original ordinance here, so it's something that we worked on in the last week or so, and I said if it doesn't come in time, then I'll make a motion or make an amendment at the county board level. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not that I'm in objection to this amendment. I just want to clarify, who is the determining party of misappropriation?
I would think the finance director, but I haven't seen it.
It is the finance director, because if you look at line 23 to 24 of the resolution, you will see you will need to submit the supporting documentation to the Winnebago County Finance Director outlining the expenditures, and then the additional verbiage that Supervisor Buck referenced would follow from that. But if you want to say that you can add to the Finance Director, again, you're more than welcome to do that.
I don't know if that's necessary as long as it's understood that that's the clear implication. I don't know that you would you really need to put that in there then, Mary Ann?
I just want to, and I'm sorry, I was looking at one other thing. Supervisor Buck, did you say the clarifying language would be essentially on line 26?
I said 23, but
okay.
I would be amicable to, if we want to include that finance director in there, whatever, I guess whatever you think is the best language here.
Well, I think if you keep it as, be it further resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, this is on line 22, that upon completion, Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association will submit supporting documentation to the Winnebago County Finance Director outlining the expenditures. Recipient shall be, and this is your verbiage then, recipient shall be responsible for reimbursement to Winnebago County for any dispersed funds which are determined by Winnebago County to have been misused or appropriated. Would you want to say by the Finance Director?
I don't know if that's necessary.
If you think that has teeth, or more teeth.
I would say that you keep it as the County Finance Director, because the County Finance Director is the one who is going to be receiving the supporting documentation. Now, we can certainly see.
I just have one clarification. I have no qualms or anything about the director or our finance director, but being the sole arbiter, I don't know if I'm comfortable exactly with that.
Do you want to say the finance, again, and Mr. Kaiser is here, you could say Finance Department.
What if we added a friendly amendment, Finance Department and County Board? No? The only thing that I'm uncomfortable with is that nothing to Director Kaiser, nothing, but one person being the sole arbiter.
Well, the Finance Director reports to the Finance Committee, so, I mean, you could do obviously, there are updates as to that. Mr. Kaiser, I think would want to say something. Department Head Kaiser, he's in the back row.
You want to come up, Mr. Kaiser, or come up here, or stay back there?
He probably has some good ideas.
No, I don't have too many. Basically, I don't know if I'm the sole arbitrator. I guess I'm the one to raise the red flag. I'm the one to raise the red flag on the municipalities for their $145,000. I'm the one to raise the red flag for the neighborhood improvement fund. So I guess now I'm the one to raise the red flag for the other money being spent by the Spirit Fund by the ARPA Commission. So it's got to go through somebody, and I got to raise the red flag, whether it's solely on me to make sure the money gets paid back. I'm sure that's going to involve PNF, and that's also going to involve Corp Council. So that's just my input. Yeah.
That's right.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've watched enough ARPA committee meetings to know that this is different language than was presented in the last batch that we approved as the county board. Is that anything that we should be concerned about at this point?
No, I think Supervisor Buck was concerned about not having a clawback provision and having stronger language. And so after the most recent ARPA meeting, he reached out to me and we put together some ideas as to what he thought might be something he'd be willing to make an amendment on. And that's what happened.
And I appreciate that explanation and Supervisor Buck's work. I just want everyone to be aware that with this amendment, we've now set a new standard which doesn't apply to the funds that have already been dispersed at the previous meeting.
The other funds that were dispersed did have the language about submitting supporting documentation. So there's no question about that. This does have more teeth.
Yes, the other ones don't have the clawback.
They don't have the language that is being proposed right now.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I'll wait till we get back to the original.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I don't have my briefcase of ARPA materials, but I am very certain in my recollection, I would suggest this is a superfluous amendment, because in the contract or in the grants being given to the recipients in Winnebago County, it is in the language of the grant that this is to be used for what the grant purpose stated is, and that if you stray from that purpose, you will have to reimburse the county for that misuse or misappropriation. So it's wholly unnecessary to add those terms to each and every one of these resolutions and future resolutions. I humbly apologize that I can't go to page so-and-so and present the hard copy. But I
And
will,
I don't
will
recall
for the
that.
next time.
All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay!
The nays have it. So we're back on the original motion. So 281-11-2023, $2,100,000 of the Spirit Fund appropriating the purchasing radios, radio equipment by the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association to be distributed equitably among association member fire departments. Will be Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address another amendment to this, and that is historically 10 years ago, when the last radios were given by the county board to the fire departments, they were told that we would not fund it a second time. I would like another amendment on this resolution to please say that in the future, they need to fund their own radios and communication equipment.
And I don't hear a second, so that fails.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comment's for this one as well as the others as well. If I go back to the resolution that established the Spirit Fund, right? So that's Resolution 167012023. Line 47 dictates government ID'd projects as an area that we can fund from. I assume, even though I looked and I don't see it, I assume that that's what this is coming from. Is that bucket? Yes?
I would ask Paul Kaiser. He would know right off the bat. Dr. Kaiser?
Okay, so he said yes.
Yes, that's what I want to make sure I wasn't the only one that heard him. Yes,
No.
he said yes.
Okay. And then with that, I went back and I'm at fault here. So when we say government ID'd community projects, does that mean that someone at the county level has identified this as a need, and then we seek these individuals to help satisfy that? I'm trying to get line of sight of how I connect these projects to this resolution. And I'm at a loss at that, and perhaps I'm the only one, but I don't see that line of sight to properly consider any of these.
He's going to tell us right now.
Great, thank you.
When we went from the ARPA fund and re-identified and used the expenditures from ARPA for general services, they became the Spirit Fund. Once the Spirit Fund was created, that was split into two different 50% buckets. It was going to be 50, 25, 25. County board decided to make it 50-50. That was identified as county government projects, which are basically to be decided by the county executive. And then there were government identified projects, which then the board created the ARPA Commission. The ARPA Commission is the one who identifies the government identified projects and submits them to the board. So of them projects, as was asked earlier, if you want me to quickly go on, there was, of the county government projects identified by the executive, was 150,000 of digital rooms for virtual meetings, automated pay stations for 150, facilities conditions assessment for 300, priority-based budgeting for 175, and the radios for Winnebago County Sheriff's Department, Highway, and so forth was $2,725,000. That is what was done for the county government projects and have been approved by the board. The government identified projects have been authorized by the board: land and water conservation of $3,030,000, expo generator of $925,000, funding for local municipalities of $3,045,000, and Amro Community Center of $250,000.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I have questions. Maybe somebody can answer this. My first question is the Winnebago County Fire Chiefs Association. And I know they're here, but they can't talk. So can somebody on the ARPA Strategy and Outcomes Commission tell me if they're nonprofit or not? Because this nonprofit thing is starting to bother me. And then also to the committee, is there a list of what municipalities are getting these radios? Because I think that some of them aren't, that you're all talking about, because you're making a divide here between city, county, towns, villages. So is there a list out there of who's getting these radios? And can somebody share that?
I can tell you I don't know the exact who's all getting what, but there is a list out there, how many they've asked for, whether it's for a truck or if it's just a handheld. So yes, they were all brought forward.
So there's a list available.
Right, and it's to whoever, whoever wanted them, they were go ahead and do that, and that's where this money.
Okay,
come
so
up
it's a
from.
shame that
And
list
as far as you
isn't-
ask about the fire chiefs,
It's not
this-
attached. Do you know if the Fire Chiefs Association is a charitable? I can't believe it is, but maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I would say they work, no. He's shaking his head no. He didn't say anything. He just shook his head no. But it's all the fire chiefs in Winnebago County from what I understand.
That can belong to it, but don't have to.
Can I just clarify, so there are two buckets as Director Kaiser referenced. So there's, so as Director Kaiser referenced, there are two buckets of money, okay? There is the county bucket, government bucket, and then there is the government-identified community projects. A lot of people use shorthand and say nonprofits, nonprofits. But if you go back to the actual resolution, it was not just nonprofits. And I don't have it right in front of me, but, and I understand shorthand nonprofits, but again, I want to clarify, it's government-identified community projects. So presumably, the thought was the radios are a community project. So just to let you know.
And then just one more thing. We were told 10 years ago when the sheriff's department, county taxpayers, which were all county taxpayers, when we got our radios, we were told one-time shot. So I agree with Supervisor Bender. We were told, as our township, one-time deal. So this is a gift if this goes through. And I use that term lightly because I don't know where this is headed, but, so I wish we had the list attached. That's why I asked for it. And I guess I'll just trust that they're not a nonprofit, but it's a government center. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been on the fire department for 20 years, I certainly want to support the fire departments, but my concern my understanding is 15 departments, 14 of them have made requests for radios. The village of Winneconne, Poygan, and the town of Winneconne did not request any radios. They have been budgeting their money. They found a person to repair radios. That's a small mom and pop operation that does a very good job. They have purchased the Kenwood radios and they think they are certainly comparable to the Motorola radios. And they have been doing a heck of a lot of brat fries so that they can budget and have their radios. Because they did their due diligence and did provide radios, they try to get 4 a year so that they don't all end up worn out at the same time. Where does the village of Winneconne, the combined fire district of Winneconne, where do they sit in this mix? If I divide the 2.1 million by 14, which is not fair, but it comes up with 133,000 for each district. I also see that we are giving them close to 70,000 more than what the Kenwoods would be worth. Would seem to me that the village of Winneconne needs to be getting some compensation that they can put in their budget to purchase future radios when they need it. And I believe number 2 on the very back page tends to somewhat tell me that it will be divided with all fairness. I'm hoping that is appropriate.
I can just answer some of that, being co-chair on there. Evidently, Winneconne, excuse me, Winneconne didn't put in for any radios. And that was up to each individual group. So if they didn't put in for any radios, I don't know if I dare say it was their fault or whatever. And then some other ones, I believe, if I remember right, Oshkosh put in for 5. So there's some that has and some that's put in for more. Some's put in for truck units. Also, they're getting new trucks, so they're putting in for truck units. That's all I can really tell you. That's where it comes. Because that was quite a discussion. Are we going to go ahead and take these radios and divide it down like that? And the price that you had said, if I remember right, it was supposed to be anyways, that is supposed to be for the cheaper radios, and if they want the more expensive, they go ahead and they take that money and they have to take that and buy the more expensive ones.
And I can share with, from the fire chief, they made a request for a different airboat that is desperately needed, and they didn't want to put radios on it for fear that it would jeopardize the potential for getting a much-needed airboat, and the airboat has already been wiped off from the list, and we end up not getting any kind of radios or any compensation because we budgeted and we did our due diligence as a small volunteer department. And everybody that put their name on the list for a bunch of radios is going to get a bunch of radios. That doesn't seem to match the fairness in the process that is talked about in item number 2.
Okay. So, let's see. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do hear the concerns of everyone, whether you call this nonprofit or what happened 10 years ago and going forward. Circumstances did change, and so that this is a venue, or this is a bucket that we can draw from. And just for either Director Kaiser or Mary Ann, this is coming from the community project bucket. Is that correct? I just want to clarify. I'm just clarifying that it's coming from community and not the county.
It's coming from the government-identified projects which the ARPA Commission is in charge of recommending.
Because this is something that benefits anyone that either travels in, through, or resident of Winnebago County, I am very happy to support this. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, actually, I did have just 2 clarifying questions. If I look at the resolution, the title, line number 5, we say distributed equitably. What is the exact criteria in which we are distributing? Because that is a very vague thing. And I know it says fairness as well, and perhaps I'm missing it. And the other is among association member fire departments. I do want to clarify, are all municipalities part of this, or are there some that do not belong to the association?
They all do.
They all do, okay. And do we know what equitable means in this matter?
I'm not going to answer because I'm not sure.
So
Do
I'm just
you
clear.
want to say what equitable is?
Oh, I'll turn mine off.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Stafford, the term equitable is how the list was made up originally for and with the dollar amounts that were placed on it. The list was made up and it should be equitably passed out so everybody gets a radio that was on the list, okay? That's basically what we really meant by that.
Thank you.
Want to call me up?
I'll call you up. Corporation Counsel has a question. Not a question, an answer, hopefully.
Just a recommendation. Given the fact that during the ARPA meeting, there was talk about distributing equitably among the association member fire departments, I would say that language should also be added on line 21. After radio components, it says to be used to purchase radios and radio components. if there would be a friendly amendment, again, to clarify and emphasize that the understanding was it was going to be distributed equally among association member fire departments, I would recommend that language as a friendly amendment be offered.
Would make that motion.
Motion made and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add among all 15 member departments.
So in other words, on line 21, we take out the period after components and put in a comma to be distributed equitably among, you said, 15 association member fire departments?
Correct.
Okay. And would you also want to have that referenced presumably in the title? Because there are 15 association member departments?
Yes, please.
If that's the case, then I can just tell you that this money will not allow it. Heck, I don't know what you want to do with it, but this money was set aside or brought into this because them are the people that wanted it, so they went ahead and got the price, and that's why the fire chief and all of them were here, was for that amount. We gave notice to everybody that wanted to put in, and I'm not saying Supervisor Nelson, you guys shouldn't or whatever, but it didn't, so if you're gonna do that, then this money figure isn't gonna be right, or it's gonna be divided up so much that some of them won't even get the radios that they've requested. So, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I'm just, can't call on you, I'm sorry. So, I'm not talking to any of you supervisors, somebody else that raised their hand.
Can I request withdraw?
Pardon?
I'd like to withdraw my second.
So you're withdrawing your second?
Correct.
Okay. So her second's been withdrawn.
And is the second as to the number? So in other words, you're just fine leaving it to be distributed equitably among association member fire departments, and then removing the 15?
15, correct.
So, however the board wants to do it. It was brought to you, and I just letting you know kind of how it was at that meeting. I wasn't even at the meeting. I was on Zoom that day. I was sick, so. Any other, let's see, Supervisor Bender.
To begin with, we had other things.
Supervisor Bender,
Then
your light's on.
I'd just like to say, I won't be supporting it. The city of Oshkosh spent almost $2 million on radios, and we were missing 6, so I believe we're getting 6 out of this $2.1 million. There was no reimbursement for any municipality that bought radios in advance. So I think Fox Crossings bought some, I think Neenah bought some, Village of Winnebago bought some. They get nothing because they did what the county told them. They budgeted for the money and they bought their radios, just like they were told 10 years ago. We had 10 years to save this money up for the radios, but once again, we're going to basically ask the county to help the municipalities that didn't save up the money, that didn't raise their property taxes to cover the cost of the radios. We should all pay for them. I pay the highest taxes in Winnebago County in the city of Oshkosh. I really don't want to support radios for the town of Rushford or the town of Inland. They should buy their own radios, just like the city of Oshkosh spent almost $2 million. You want to look at bad roads, go over down by the Albright building and drive down there by the railroad tracks. There's some bad roads, but our fire trucks drive down them. We have a station right on CP Street, so I won't be supporting this. If you want to take this back to the ARPA and add radios in for everybody, I'm happy to support it. If you want to buy radios for the village of Winnebago, the city of Oshkosh, and anybody that bought them, I will be happy to do just like we did 10 years ago. Buy them for everybody one more time. But I'm not going to segregate and say, well, the ones that basically didn't save any money, now we're going to help them out. And the ones that did as they were told and bought the radios, they get nothing. To me, that's wrong.
It's wrong, but I just want to remind you, we were also told the sheriff's department wasn't supposed to get them neither. The county was supposed to keep so much every year and do it, but we paid for all of them, didn't we? So when we do that, let's compare over all of it. Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. the money that will be distributed to the 15 fire departments through their association, the agenda item report on page 2 identifies under number 4 in the last paragraph that if the municipality buys the Motorola radio, that money that they'll get will buy 62.2% of the radio compared to the Kenwood. So if they buy the Kenwood, it'll all get paid. If they buy the Motorola, they'll have to pony up with 37.8% of their own money to complete that particular purchase. And with that, I call the question.
Question has been called.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could I just please clarify on the calling of this question? This is on the amendment and not the resolution, correct?
Amendment has been pulled. The amendment was pulled.
There is no amendment.
So we're on the original resolution?
There is no amendment.
Oh, the 50, okay, I thought that was part of it. I thought she had seconded. So you got that, Julie, too? Hey, that's what I thought.
Also, Supervisor Buck's verbiage failed.
Failed, right.
But then Supervisor Nelson made an amendment after I said you may want to include in the now therefore resolved language.
It was not his turn to talk.
But go ahead.
He was not in order.
Go ahead.
The language that would be saying to be distributed equally among association member fire departments. Then Supervisor Nelson said, well, shouldn't you put in the number 15? But then the second, which was made by Supervisor Zestera, was withdrawn. So then the question was, all right, so then are you keeping the original language, which was suggested, which was to be distributed equitably among association member fire departments on line 21? And my understanding from Supervisor Zestera was she was keeping the second as to that. So the question would be on that language. The language of adding on line 21 to be distributed equitably among association member fire departments. Taking the 15 out, is that right, Supervisor Nelson? Okay. Yes, so the question is on that, Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you. And that's the majority vote. Whatever, you girls get it worked out. Question has been called. Well, there's a question here. The people that take the notes have got a question.
Clarify if Shauna drew her second.
Right, but then she told her something else. Supervisor Estera,
Yeah,
question is on your withdrawal or whatever. What part did you want withdrawn?
I
or
want
what-
everything withdrawn. I'm sorry.
Oh, she wanted everything withdrawn. So,
I would like to withdraw my second. I apologize for the confusion.
so it's all withdrawn. So now it's just, the question has been called on,
So the question would be called on the resolution, right? Yeah, because he
so the
doesn't have
question has been called now on the resolution because there is no amendments. There is no amendments, so we have to have a second though, right?
Yes,
For the question to have been called.
and you need 2/3 for calling the question.
Right. So we have a motion for calling the question.
Hold on,
Right, but I haven't had a second yet, so. Second. Thank you. I didn't know how much more I could hint about it.
I think you should do this by machine.
It's gotta be, it's 2/3, so it'll be 2/3. Or no, that won't be, but,
You want to,
no, we'll do it by machine. It's easier for you.
so this is on the call the question.
Right, we're calling the question, and it's gotta be majority, right?
2/3.
2/3?
Call the question is 2/3.
Calling the question or just on the? Mary Ann. I think it's this.
Call the question is 2/3.
Call the question is 2/3.
Okay, so vote by machine because it takes 2/3 to, for the question to be called. So vote by your machine. You won't have a machine, you just look at these girls, or say aye or nay. Okay. Question's been called. And that passed 31-3.
So now you're on,
Now we're on the original.
yes.
Now we're back on the original, and this will also take 2/3, so we'll also be voting by machine. So, if you're in favor of the resolution 281-11-2023, vote A. If you're against it, vote nay. And that passed 25-6. Okay, resolution number 282-11-2023, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund's Government Identified Community Project category to assist in the purchase of the beach building for Christian Ann domestic abuse. Supervisor Borchardt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose the Resolution 282-112023, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund's Government Identified Community Projects category to assist in the purchase of the beach building for the Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Services.
And that's seconded by Powers. She had her light in right away. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said earlier, initially, I did not support this. I am going to support this tonight. Doing some research throughout the state and country, I have found that other municipalities have utilized their ARPA dollars in creative ways to do this. And I believe that this is a creative way to support our community, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in full disclosure, I did meet with Emily a little bit before this meeting. I need to abstain because if you scroll through some social media, you will find that outside of the board and outside of Christine Ann, you will see me standing less than maybe 1.5 feet away from her in a picture. So for that reason, I don't feel I can make an unemotional decision, so I need to abstain.
Thank you. Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to the Christine Ann Center because I was one of the supervisors who did go on the tour, and there were a few things I learned there that were a bit eye-opening. Not only the numbers they gave you for the in-house people, but they deal with hundreds of men, women, and children that they service outside the facility. And I don't mean hundreds like 100, 200, 300. I'm talking over 500 a month that they're meeting with. And they need office space for those workers as well. They have if you looked at their office space in their current building, they have almost nothing there for office space. And another thing is that Green Lake County utilizes the Christine Ann Center as well, and they are putting money towards the Christine Ann Center. They're putting money towards something in Oshkosh because it's servicing their county. And another thing is they're going to be rebuilding their outdoor exercise area, playground, whatever you want to call it, area for people to get out and get fresh air. Because in their current facility, it's not secure. And in the new facility, they're actually going to take away part of the parking lot, and they're going to construct a new secure playground outside, so that way that That way these people can go outside and they can play and they don't have to worry about someone watching them that is looking for them to get out of there, looking for their one opportunity to get involved with them. So, I mean, for me, this is close to my heart because I can't stand the abuse and abusers, and I think that this is the exact kind of thing that we are here to do is public safety. Thank you.
Supervisor Hran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to this resolution and add another $250,000 to it for a total of $750,000 to be given to the Christine Ann Center.
That's been seconded by, who seconded that? Okay. So we have a motion made and seconded that another $200,000 be added to this. 250, I'm sorry, to make it 750,000. Okay, on the amendment, Supervisor Swan.
It's not,
So it's not on the amendment? On the amendment? Okay. Supervisor Harrison on the amendment.
give me a second, please. It's not,
It's a very wise thing to do, and I agree totally.
okay, now I took away all your speakers.
I got him here. Supervisor Fellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if somebody on the committee can walk us through the process that this application took. I see in the agenda item report that the original request was for $1 million as part of a larger $6.3 million initiative. Was wondering if somebody could tell us how we went from a $1 million request to a $500,000 resolution here.
Supervisor Cox.
Mr. Challenger, when we sat down with the person that put all of these projects into a spreadsheet, and we took a look at all of the projects that are out there, we decided to go with a smaller number so that we would be able to have more to give for all of the other people involved, okay, the other projects. So it wasn't as though we slighting them in any way. It was more like spreading the wealth a little bit more amongst all of the projects. That was the idea.
Does that imply that there are other projects that are in the hopper for these funds that you have discussed, and an additional $250,000 on this on this resolution would create a cascading effect where others would not be, there wouldn't be funds available for others?
Yes, that's correct.
I really struggle with this, with the amendment. I think the resolution is fine, but I struggle with the amendment in part the way I struggle with these resolutions, that we don't have a full picture. We don't understand the cascading downstream effects of shifting dollars around. I think I'm going to have to vote against the amendment. Because I trust that what Mr. Cox is saying, that there are subsequent projects in line that have already been discussed, and this $500,000 figure was reached with an intentionality with those other projects in mind. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm wondering specifically why the extra $250,000. That's unclear to me.
Supervisor Hran.
Because I believe that this is a community project that needs our support. I believe that there are a total of, as I understand it, 3 additional projects that filled out their applications completely and had their applications into the Spirit Fund in a timely manner. There is additional funds there. These people completed their grant request at the appropriate time.
Supervisor Bender.
I'll just say, when I toured it, it was pretty an impressive facility, and if you're an abused person and you have young children, it's nice to have a safe environment that you can go to, and you don't have to fear that when you're sleeping at night, your abuser is going to be able to break in. They have security at the doors. And if they don't get this money, they just won't get all the remodeling done in the lower half. You know, they were asking for $1 million, and at 750, they'll still have to fundraise for 250 more. And I believe the ARPA Commission, when you got done going through your projects, you still had $2 million left that you haven't handed out. So it's not going to be slighting anybody. Instead of having the $2 million that you still have to find, you'll have basically $1.75 million. So I encourage you to vote for this. If you need a place like this, I had a cousin that was abused, and the guy ripped her shoulder out, and you know, she had to have that basically shoulder surgery. You know, her face, she lived there for 7 weeks until she could find a safe place to go. It's like, it's necessary. And this is in the city of Oshkosh, and this building is going to come off the tax roll. So my taxes are going to go higher because it's on the tax roll for around $6 million. When they buy it, now it's another nonprofit. So it's no added revenue to the city of Oshkosh, but it's a building that needs to be used for that purpose, and I'm willing to pay more taxes so that people have a safe place to go when they are abused.
Thank you. Supervisor Swan.
So I inspected this facility. It's very nice. You know, I think it would meet their needs very sufficiently. However, I'd like to ask a few questions of the staff regarding a little bit of a background as to, you know, how the seller arrived at the price, the amount of money that was invested in the building by the seller, and basically where you are in the fundraising effort right now. Could someone from Christine Ann speak to that, please?
Not no more. We're done with that part, so no.
I'm sorry?
They can't speak no more to the
They
board.
can't speak?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, then I'm gonna come forward with what I know about it, okay? From my read, doing a little due diligence on this, the seller acquired the property from a bank for a very minimal amount of money, and then invested $3.5 million in this project. At the time of the inspection, Christine Ann indicated they had about 60% of the funds raised already for it. The developer has maybe, you know, 3.6 million in this. He's selling it for, 3.6 million in it. He's selling it for 6.3. So that's a pretty substantial developer profit that's being realized here. I just want everyone to be aware of that. Not saying that this isn't a good investment. I just want to, you know, have it out there as to, you know, basically where we are in this. As far as adding the additional monies, it would be nice to know where they are right now in the fundraising process so that we can get an idea of whether or not those monies should be added. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the supervisors that have attended the ARPA commissions. We have worked diligently on, you know, sifting through what we have to, you know, in front of you today. And I think this extra money isn't, it may be appropriate, but at the end of the day, this isn't saying that we can't come back and do this at a later date. There's a 10, 12, 15, I don't know, Beth Oswald, how many projects there are, but there are quite a few projects and quite a few needs in our community yet to address. And we did ask Christine Ann Center, was the $500,000 sufficient? And they said that would be fine. Of course, they would like to have more money, but they said that their project would move forward with the money that we requested at $500,000. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. The time to fine-tune the amount of money in the grant is at and in front of the ARPA Commission. Now, I was questioning Thomas about the ARPA Commission and its functioning going forward. But as I have seen the action unfolding and the accountability, putting it in the budget appendix, putting it online, communicating what's going on with all of the supervisors, I have a very high level of confidence in what the ARPA Commission is doing, and I have good reason to believe that if they approve $500,000, hey, that's a lot of money to me, and I'm sure it's a lot of money to Christine Ann. And with that, I will call the question.
Second. Motion made and seconded to call the question. Julie, get ready here.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, right? 2/3, right? So you'll be doing it on your box again, iPad, because it'll take 2/3.
Is it calling the question?
Yes, calling the question. So if you're in favor of the question being called, push A. If you're not, push nay. That passed 28-5, so the question has been called.
No, no, this is on the amendment.
Right. This was on the amendment, right?
The last, let's call the question.
Right.
Now we're on the
On the
amendment.
amendment, right.
Okay,
And that takes 2/3 too, right?
right.
Okay, so we'll do it again. So now,
No. The amendment is majority.
okay, so this will be a majority on the amendment. So if you're in favor, signify by saying aye. If you're against, signify by saying no. And that failed. So now we're back to the regular. So we are back to Resolution 282-11-2023, approving $500,000 for the purchase of the beach building for the Christine Ann Domestic Abuse Service Incorporated. Can they talk more yet?
Because they haven't called the question on the resolution. They haven't called the question on the
Great.
resolution.
So Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I understand this is my second time, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to remind everybody that we still haven't even, or they haven't discussed about how they're going to deal with the interest money that's still there. So the interest money that's still, no, just settle down, Mr. Cox. That interest money is going to be money in the long term, is where they can come back and revisit things like this and other things that they think they deem they want to give more money to, or put that they cut off a little bit now. They'll be able to do that later on. So just keep that in mind, that that interest money is still sitting out there and it's still part of this funding. Thank you.
Supervisor Floam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Emily and her team for taking me on a tour of the Christine Ann Center earlier this year. I learned a lot. There's a lot that they do there in terms of services and a broad range, and it's a clear help in our community. Unfortunately, I do feel the need to abstain on this vote, given that the project is in my district. However, they are a great organization, and they support a lot of people and fill a clear need in our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Call the question.
The question has been called.
Second.
And seconded. So get your iPads out. Those are in, whoops, we gotta get it. Those that are in favor of calling the question, vote aye. Those that are against, vote nay. And that passes. Now we're on resolution. So now we're on the resolution for the $500,000 for the beach building for the Christian Ann Center. If you're in favor of that, vote aye. If you're against, vote nay. And that passes. Resolution number 283-11-2023, approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund's Government Identified Community Project category to renovate and expand St. Vincent de Paul, Nina Menasha. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please let me make a motion to accept 283-11-2023, the resolution approving $500,000 from the Spirit Fund, Government Identified Community Projects category to renovate and expand St. Vincent de Paul in Nina.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Huron. Not seeing any lights up. We'll go ahead, and this is a 2/3 vote, so you'll have to use your iPads again. For the $500,000 to expand St. Vincent de Paul of Nina Menasha. If you're in favor of it, push aye. If you're against it, push nay. And that passed. Number 4, resolution number 284-11-2023, requesting $314,600 of the Spirit Fund to be appropriated for construction that removes existing office stations from the direct Supervisor 1 and District Supervisor 2 and combines the officers area in the existing programs room. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of resolution number 284-11-2023.
And seconded by Supervisor Powers. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, though it does not say, this is expanding the Solutions Recovery Program that is ongoing in the sheriff's pods. We have since given to the Solution Recovery and are waiting for a presentation from Solutions Recovery to tell us more data as to how they're doing. Before I vote for this particular resolution, I would like to hear from Solutions Recovery and their presentation, as they were asked to give us a presentation once every 6 months when we proposed the grant from the neighborhood improvement grant that we gave to them. Until I hear, at least something of the data that is included in what we gave them then, I don't have any, confidence that we'll be voting for something that is going to be as good.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go over a couple of things about the STAR program and the fact that right now the jail program is currently in its infancy. It's been worked on between Solutions Recovery and the Sheriff's Department. Their rates of success are substantial. I don't know if we have anybody from Solutions here, but would it be possible if Sheriff Motz or somebody from the sheriff's team could come up and explain some of the details of the program by chance?
We haven't anybody else, but if you guys want to, because we haven't anybody else, and then pretty soon they'll want Solutions, because we've got another one over here that wants to hear from Solutions. So if we let one, other ones can come up. So they should have done it earlier.
Okay. Well,
If one of you want to come up, we'll give you a minute if you want to come up and explain it real quick.
So the STAR program that they're referring to right now is a program that we are utilizing for our substance use disorder inmates that come in. It's a dual approach to recovery where we provide them qualified individuals and participants with Vivitrol shots, as well as Solutions Recovery Services for peer support that starts while it's in the jail and then it continues once they leave. And in the first year, we did it from September of 22 through to September of 23. And we found that if we can continue with them in the program 6 months after they're released from jail, we're seeing a 46% sobriety rate in that program right now. So that's the program in a nutshell. How it ties into this resolution, the pods that we're talking about in this are pods. The one pod would be utilized as a part of where we have our recovery pod, and the benefit to the sheriff's office is we're going to see about a $40,000 reduction in overtime because we'll be allowing deputies to cover each other's breaks when they're leaving that pod, or if they're in the pod itself in the recovery pod and they need to go to our female recovery pod, rather than pay overtime for somebody to sit on that pod. By connecting the two, we can have one deputy just continue to do rounds and thus saving on that overtime. That $40,000 was already put in the budget for 2024, so that has been a reduction already.
Thank you.
and then if I may just add something real quick, even though it removes one existing officer station, I'd just like to remind the board that the population in this section of the jail has already been classified as minimum security, so there is not going to be somebody in there who is a security threat who would not be in there otherwise. So if there is a higher security threat that would like to participate in this program, there is the possibility of that being arranged, but this is only for pre-cleared minimum security.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The explanation just covered what I was going to bring up based on what we talked about at Judiciary and Public Safety, and then Supervisor Flom addressed the other concerns. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we slipped up here in having the sheriff come up and speak, but I feel a lot of our questions and a lot of our conversations are committee conversations and or doing your due diligence before we come to the county board. More of coming here to make your statement about why you're for or against, or if you didn't have enough information is one thing, but this constant questioning and going around is really what drags these meetings on. And I think we should really do our due diligence and ask the sheriff's department what the STAR program is, or whatever these other organizations do. I think it's really, really hindering the ultimate goal of what a lot of these resolutions are, and I think ultimately we need to keep focus why we're here, especially during the county board meetings. So with that, I call the question.
Second. Made and second to call the question. If you're in favor of calling the question, push aye. If you're not, push nay. And that passed. So, if we're back on the resolution here. Which one is it here? Get the right number here so we don't write it wrong. 284-11-2023. What?
Yeah, you're right.
Calling the resolution. Oh, you're looking for his vote. All right, if you're in favor, signify by voting aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passed, 30-1. Okay, before we go into resolution number 285-11-2023, we've had a presentation on this and everything already. I appreciate everything that the ad hoc committee and those that had done on it and that, but I want all of you to remember, we're not all going to be on winning sides. So whatever it is, when this board comes out, hopefully you can all be friendly to each other. Like I said, don't be like the turkey and ruffle his feathers or whatever. And so, because this is a very hot topic, believe me, I've gotten many calls already. So, but I think it's something to be looked at. And like I said, so resolution number 285-11-2023 amends section 23.0, 23.1, 24.0, and creates section 23.2 and 26.0 of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to create 7 standing committees and 2 major boards and make legislative committee a special committee. Supervisor Stafford. Whoops. I'm looking at your make the motion already, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the approval of Resolution 285-11-2023.
And that's seconded by Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank members of the Structure Review Task Force, the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, Corporation Counsel, members of the board, and department heads who responded to our questionnaire as we move forward through this process. A mentor of mine once told me that in government there are 3 things to remember. Needs are infinite, resources are finite, and values are contested. This proposed committee structure does a lot of work in answering that puzzle, in my opinion. We know that the demands on county government keep changing and growing, and that means that county government needs to be more accessible to both our constituents and our fellow supervisors. It is critical that we evolve as the needs of the community also evolve. We do not review our committee and commission and board structure regularly. A lot of municipalities in this county and around the state do. So I urge you to look at this opportunity. Resources are also finite. We're operating in a constrained fiscal environment as time goes on. We currently have 80 county staff members supporting this current committee, commission, and board structure. We can do better than that. Our constituents expect us to do better than that and to be more efficient with the resources that we have. And lastly, I'd like to say that values are contested. I don't need to explain that to you. I think you've seen plenty of that this evening, and you'll see more of it as time goes on. But if you look at the proposed structure, there's plenty of robust debate and conversation that is afforded within that structure. I would say that there is still ample space for public input, participation, and debate. All in all, I understand that it's difficult for government to change, and I understand that this proposed committee restructuring is a lot. However, it will not be put into proper order until the 2024 organizational meeting if the board continues to move with it. But this proposal simplifies and streamlines this institution that I know we all care about. It makes our county board more accessible to the public and saves us valuable resources. I urge you to look at the future and support this proposal. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's so appropriate that the minority reports after the majority presents the issue from the ad hoc committee and the Judiciary Committee. Mr. Chairman and fellow supervisors, as far as I'm concerned, the work of the ad hoc committee on committee restructure and the Judiciary Public Safety Committee oversight has not established one valid reason to restructure Winnebago County committees. I shared initially that any committee restructure needed to be preceded by a downsizing of our 36-member county board. This is still true. There is no need to consolidate committees with a board size of 36 that adequately staffs our current committees. Mr. Chairman, the majority of counties who have restructured committees first downsized their county board. Waukesha County, Brown County, Fond du Lac County, Racine, Kenosha, Rock County, and dearly beloved Washington County. The proposed committee restructure will result in 47 people needlessly doing the work that 72 do now. And if you study the input of the ad hoc committee and Judiciary Committee deliberations, you'll find out that the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Committees that survived the restructure process included Solid Waste Board, Aviation Committee, and Land and Water Conservation Committee. In each committee instance, vocal supporters testified to the maintenance of the status quo for their departments. And even at the Judiciary Committee level, a squeaky wheel resulted in the realignment of the Health and Human Services Board composition. Is this the
Time
way
is
you
up,
want to
Mr.
do
Eisen.
business?
Time, you can come back and punch back in later on if you want to.
All done.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Gabbard.
The good, the bad, the ugly. I hope we all speak after this because I'm not going to vote for this. I sat on the ad hoc committee. I was one of 5 members for judiciary, and I was the 5th one. I listened, I spent time. You all could see the meetings, so we don't need to rehash everything. I don't see what we're making for the betterment here. That's my personal opinion. I think that the 12 standing committees do well. I'm a little concerned about numbers being thrown out, about 80 staff members. You have directors that spend hours putting together their meeting agendas. Some don't spend as much, and the jobs still get done. So that could be an, oh, woe is me, I'm overworked. I don't like the layout here. And we were told it was 12 standing committees, and we didn't like, Supervisor Eisen and I did not like that the Board of Health, Human Services, and Solid Waste were included. Those should have been by themselves, shouldn't have been in the mix here. Parkview is a loser in this, and whether you think so or not, it becomes part of a bigger set of committees, and it loses. It loses its autonomy, and good luck with how that all works out. Parkview can run itself. It doesn't need to be part of the Human Services and Board of Health. Nor do they need to be separated into anything but what they are right now. So I've weighed this good, I've weighed this bad. There was more bad to it than good, so I cannot support this. That's my opinion. I don't think we're making any improvement by having less standing committees. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this first came up to restructure committees, it was about the time that they were talking about reducing the size of the county board. That didn't happen. I don't recall ever hearing a reason or justification to restructure our committees. This restructuring is a not so thinly veiled attempt to gain power by a few over the needs of our citizens. Running for political office should be about working for the benefit of the people we serve and not about gaining power. Thank you.
Supervisor Stira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if any of my questions could be directed to Chairman Flom on this committee, but my reason initially for this resolution was in support of it was because I remember when we were brought to room 120 and we, as new supervisors and everybody, and they had the rundown of all of the department heads and all of that, and I was, overwhelmed with such a big county and all that was going on, and I perceived that over time too, that the people that were on these committees were selected because they would be generally for everything that was being asked of them. Generally, I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush, but like I was highly experienced in social services, and I said that, but I wasn't put on that, and I'm kind of wondering, so that was my question of, are these people just going along with everything? So I was a little concerned with that. My biggest concern at this point, Mr. Chairman, is representation. So I'm not quite sure about this amendment. I am a people's person. I mean, I'm just a local, and I'm for the locals. I'm not comfortable with the idea of losing representation. I don't know if Chairman Flom on this would be able to address my concerns or not, Mr. Chairman.
You would have to come ring back in, so.
Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Both your times are up right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised, Mr. Flom, that you don't understand checks and balances and the relationship to each individual department. The way we have been going for the last 25 years is a relationship with the department heads, the checks and balances, and working with each department, not blending. I can't reasonably even think I want to vote for this, and I would like to see. I'd like to see it postponed indefinitely, along with several other resolutions and ordinances that are sitting out here right now. So I would vote to postpone indefinitely.
Was that a motion? I know I'm asking, is it a motion, or is he said he'd vote that way?
It's a motion.
And I have a second. Motion made and seconded to postpone indefinitely. So, 2/3? Majority, so let's take majority. They can still talk though, right? Man, they can keep talking even though that is right. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you. On the motion to postpone indefinitely, I absolutely disagree. This board, unfortunately, gets into the habit of kicking the can down the road. Please take a stand and defend your vote to your constituents and to your fellow board. Because something is uncomfortable or unpopular to just postpone, no, I will not vote to postpone.
Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually go a step farther than Supervisor Hanson said, and I think to vote to never look at it again is the ultimate in cowardice. Let's just vote for it, up or down, and see where the chips fall. We shouldn't be sitting here and taking it out of everybody's hands to make a choice. We're here to make decisions. We're not here to table things indefinitely, just because we don't like them.
Right, there are 36 committee assignments.
Supervisor Cox.
There will be some other boards.
Second time.
So everybody will have at least one committee assignment.
Clearly, you don't understand the checks and balances that we need in our operation.
And then it doesn't affect operations at all. And then additionally.
He has the right to speak his opinion.
Yep.
We hear, well, don't go all, because a lot of you do that too. Just like that. That was kind of a
It doesn't have
either.
anything to do with
So,
operations. It doesn't. Right? Everybody still gets to vote.
have you got something
They
to
wanna
say,
vote.
Mr. Cox, or we're going to
There's
move
nothing
on?
about that. It wasn't about consolidating balance. It was run by them.
When we sit and we take a look at some of the resolutions that come through, whether they're good resolutions or they're resolutions that haven't been voted on correctly, and we throw them aside, we still have some checks and balances in that we take a look at the votes as they come through. And some of these have only half the voting population, or the voters of the committee agreeing. And then you want to throw it out, or you want to not vote for it. You have to have some understanding of where the checks and balances ride and what you really want
Every county
in
board
a,
still gets a committee assignment. This is not about Damo at all. It's not about the fourth floor at all.
in a vote or a resolution. I think you need to have this postponed and put aside, and let's get on with our regular business.
Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when it comes to local government, we have to take a look at what other local governments have been doing, and one of that actually happens to be the city of Oshkosh. And the city of Oshkosh has actually provided some sort of law that's ongoing where they take a look at their committees and they look at restructuring according to what their governing body is at that time, and to meet the needs and demands of the people. Other counties have also done this. It's not just the city, it's just other counties have done this too. We've had presentations from Ozaukee County that has taken a look at that. Fond du Lac County has also done that too. We've had the Fond du Lac County executive take a look at our committee structure, and he said, look, I don't see any reason why we can bring this down to 6 different committees. He took a look at our operations, and he easily saw how we can be efficient. To postpone indefinitely means that we are not even going to talk about it at all for the remainder of our history of Winnebago County. That is ridiculous. Reject it.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I just want to state I didn't say I was for or against this, so I was not taking a stand on either side on this. All I was calling for was the vote and the fact that we need to make a decision for, like Mr. Defferting just said. Otherwise, it just goes away forever. You can't just wash your hands of things and they go away forever. You have to make decisions and be adults.
Supervisor Bureau.
I want to come out against the motion to delay indefinitely. I was here the first meeting, we talked about priority-based budgeting. Structure follows budgeting. Things adapt and change. Indefinite is not wise.
Do what? Okay, the second has been pulled, so it's not.
I'll second it.
Can you do that after discussion has started?
Corporation Counsel? Are you taking a nap?
No, I'm looking at, what is your question? Can you remove a second from your motion once discussion has started and taken place? Yes, you can. I just want to be sure it didn't push.
So I pulled Mary Beth's, and another person seconded it.
I didn't. Well, I didn't.
No, Mary Ann, sorry, what?
But I didn't.
Supervisor Gabbard, was you her second? So
But
I,
after today,
right, and so I took it off of the board, off of my computer. Now Supervisor Powers seconded it to postpone. Can she do that, or does?
She wasn't.
That's
even
fine.
though Supervisor Gabbard asked to withdraw it, she can't do that.
Oh, she can't, okay.
Right, because there was debate.
Okay,
There was discussion.
Supervisor Challenger.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think first of all, a little civics lesson. Postponing indefinitely does not forbid this county from ever taking the issue up again. I think people might need to get a copy of Robert's rules, but it would end the issue for the rest of this session. So I want to clarify, are you recognizing you're recognizing some second? We are still on the motion to postpone.
There is no second, right? You said there was no second. No, there was.
There is a second that we are recognizing. Okay. Okay. So whether we postpone indefinitely or not is not a cowardly decision. It is actually a disposition of the resolution. To postpone it indefinitely would be a decision that this board is making on the resolution that it's not considering this in this session, meaning until this board's term is up in April of 2024. That doesn't stop the orientation meeting in 2024 or any subsequent consideration of this. But a motion to postpone is absolutely in order. It is absolutely a power that this board should use, and it means something. It is a disposition of this resolution. It creates a finality to it that isn't just passing the buck or kicking it down the road. It's actually saying, no, we're solid on what our answer is, and we're not discussing it for the remainder of this session. So I think that we should be on the same level and understanding about what these motions are before we're voting on them. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to bestow a little point of information from what I've learned down in the State House. And I think it may help diffuse the tension a little bit. And I'm just asking friendly for everyone to do this, that when you address your comments, address the chair. Rather than addressing the rest of the board or a particular supervisor, address the chair. You can make your point still, let the chair know, everyone can hear it, but address the chair. Secondly, I agree with Supervisor Schellinger about the election coming in 2024, and if your constituents do not like that you are postponing indefinitely or whatever it may be, they will get a say very shortly. So you are making a stance, though some of us may disagree with it. Again, your constituents will have the final say shortly. So other than that, call the question.
Motion is made and seconded for the question. It wasn't the vote, don't worry. Okay, if you're in favor of calling the question, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes 31-2. Now we're on.
Motion to postpone
Okay.
indefinitely.
So as soon as they get here on the computer, we'll go back to our iPads. And then if you're in favor of postponing indefinitely, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. Okay.
So now we're back on the resolution.
That failed, so we're back on the resolution. So now they talk again.
I don't know if you want to go to Zoom. He's gonna-
Okay, I'm going to go first one before I call on all of you, because some of you have been on already. We do have, who's on? Chuck?
Supervisor Barr.
Vice Chairman Fari is on Zoom. He's sick tonight, so. Vice Chairman Fari, can you hear us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'd like to offer an amendment to this resolution. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, a lot of groaning around here, but yes, you can.
Okay.
Oh, but what? You're on Zoom, so you can't do any voting or anything like that.
I know I can't vote, but can I offer an amendment?
He's looking. The Corporation Council is looking.
Okay, thank you.
You need some candy? A second? You paying for me too? Oh, yeah.
Doesn't say anything about making motions or voting. I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
Nope, we're gonna go right back into it. So if you're worn out already, we're back in session. Vice Chairman Fari?
Yes, sir.
It was looked up and the Corporation Council says you cannot do that.
Okay, I'll accept that. Thank you.
Do you have
Although,
anything
can I
anything you
offer-
want to say?
Pardon me?
Is there anything else you want to say?
Yes, I would urge the body not to support this. I agree with Mr. Eisen and other comments. This is really not in our best interest. And I will also add, we got some real issues with the wording under Land Conservation Committee, so we'll address that either way as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You take care.
Literally pulled from statute.
Yeah, I apologize for not being there.
So I don't know.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Because we talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call the question.
Second.
Okay. Question has been called.
The goal is to try this.
So,
If it doesn't work, we can
if
use
you're in
something else.
favor of resolution number 285, 11/20/23, amend section 23.0, 23.1, 24.0, create section 23.2 and 26.0 of the rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to create 7 standing committees and 2 major boards and make legislative committee a special committee. If you are in favor, this will take a majority. Oh, the question, I'm sorry, right. 2/3, I was right, 2/3, this is on calling the question. So if you're in favor of calling the question, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passed. So now we're going to go right into voting. If you're in favor of resolution number 285, 11/20/23, amending them sections to go rules of the Winnebago County Board, creating 7 standing committees and 2 major boards, and make legislative committee a special committee, signify by voting aye. If you don't, vote nay. And that failed. Ordinance number 286, 11/20/23, amend Winnebago County General Code Section 11.01, County Humane Service Board, and repeal Winnebago County General Code Section 11.06, County Board of Health, to create the Winnebago County Health and Human Service Board. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the approval of ordinance 286-112023.
That is seconded by Supervisor Gustafson. And I see no lights. Oops, there's one. Supervisor Eisen.
Mr. Chairman, this resolution or ordinance would be out of order, seeing in as much as there have not been action to combine the 2 boards. It's irrelevant to the committee restructure, and it ought not to have been there in the first place. That's my take. And I think if you read what it says and what it does, you'll agree with me.
So, as you know, this is an ordinance, so this is going back to the general code. This is the law. The last legislation you were looking at was the resolution, which is involving the rules. So, if you pass this, which you can, then presumably you're going to have to review the situation with the committee rules, but this is a standalone piece of legislation.
Supervisor Sellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who voted no on the previous resolution, the vote is no here. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak from a point of privilege when it comes to this resolution, as I actually work with the Outagamie County Health and Human Services Department. Seeing the efficiencies that really have come out of such a partnership with the Human Services and Health Department coming as one has not only saved taxpayers money in Outagamie County, but actually has improved efficiency of communication, especially during what we saw with the pandemic. So I will be voting yes on this resolution, and I hope my fellow board members will as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me refer you to page 3 of this ordinance and read the last paragraph. Be it further ordained by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that said amendments to the Winnebago County General Code become effective pending the adoption at the organizational meeting on April 23rd, 2024. Why do you want to fiddle with this over the next 5 months and throw this in the lap of the new board? It makes no sense. It makes no sense to combine those two boards. You're going to upset the apple cart and let the new organizational board decide what direction they want to go. I urge you to defeat this ordinance. Or it would be better just to pull it. That'd be the smart thing by the chair of the committee.
Supervisor Bender.
That was the original intent.
I would just say I won't be supporting it. If you look at the oversight that we have, we must be doing something right. We're one of 4 counties that don't have that extra 0.5% sales tax. Outagamie has a 0.5% sales tax, and they don't have any more money right now than we do. So it's like the more you take away, the less oversight you have, and pretty soon we'll be basically spending money because we don't know what we're spending money on. I like to have people basically overseeing the department head and basically making sure what we do is accountable to the taxpayers so we don't waste their money. And if we don't want to be on these committees, we just passed a raise for ourselves. So why are we want to basically, now we're going to pass a raise and do less work? I mean, I think that's totally wrong. I mean, I realize some people work days, they can't make the meetings. Well, then that's fine. Let somebody else go to the meeting. I realize, you know, if you're a younger person, you have a day job, you can't be as committed as somebody that's retired. But don't basically get rid of committees because you can't come to the committee. I think that's totally wrong.
Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question here this doesn't make sense to me. I see that we're to create the Winnebago County Health and Human Services Board. So we're combining 2 committees on that. And yet there were 5 people that approved this, and they were all from the judiciary. There's no mention that I can see in here, maybe I missed it, there's no mention that I can see in here where the 2 committees were consulted about that. Does this make sense or not? I question this. I can't offer anything else, but if somebody wants to speak up on it, I'm probably not going to support it unless I can hear that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Safford, do you have anything that you wanted to say or not?
Only that this was discussed at JPS, and we had those who were responsible for these areas. So we had Director Giernan and, I'm blanking.
Dr. Topol?
Thank you, Dr. Topol, thank you. They're in the discussion, and we did ask, and at least for what I recall for Dr. Topol, that he was in support of this action and thinks it's the right thing to do. But I don't want to speak for him at the same time.
Thank you. Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Dr. Topol said, well, yes, we could, and that's how it was in a previous place that he worked at, but he didn't necessarily express support for this change. And I'll just reiterate what Supervisor Schellinger said. If you voted no on the previous resolution, no is your vote here. And I also want to remind folks that if these boards were to be combined, it decreases representation. On this committee, 3 supervisors would not be allowed to serve on this committee, and nor would anyone, any Winnebago County resident who resides in the city of Menasha. While that is the case for the Board of Health right now, it is not the case for the Human Services Board. So when you combine these 2 committees, you are decreasing representation. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would disagree with what other supervisors here have said in regards to saying if you voted no on the last one, then you vote no on here, and vice versa. If you voted yes on the last one, you vote yes here. And we have the ability to still take a look at these committees and boards and figure out what we can do to be the most efficient that we can as county government. And one thing that we have to take a look at, just like even in the private sector, how much time do we spend on meetings, and how much does that actually be productive? How much is that actually productive in regards to the county operations? You have more meetings, you're probably going to be less efficient. I know that Director Guerin actually talked about it the last budget one. He just takes part in so many meetings. So this is a part of us. This is us just taking a look at how we can be the most efficient that we can. So we're boiling it down from 2 meetings to 1 meeting. And part of that in that presentation that Jay Curtis did in regards to from the Wisconsin Counties Association, when he looked at with Ozaukee County what they could do with their committees, one of the benefits of making their county more efficient with their boards and their committees is that they would take a look at what is actually the most pressing issue, the actual the ones that we spend the most money on, the items that are going to have like the greatest effect on the people, rather than spending about half hour discussing something that could possibly be only $1,000 for the county. So this is very much in line to what we're doing. I know that Dr. Topol said that he's done this before with a previous county that he worked in. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This ordinance would provide less oversight. Let's be clear. It would provide less oversight. We would be putting 2 committees together, 2 boards together that are regularly meeting for over 2 hours to consider their business. We've all been here for 3¼ hours. Are we as sharp as we were at 6 o'clock? Probably not. We certainly have no interest in listening to each other. And that's a problem that I think we're going to continue to exasperate if we combine these boards, 2 of the largest budget areas that we have. This would represent over half of our budget being put in 1 committee. I really believe that the concerns that were brought up about representation from Menasha have not been considered in bringing this forward in a true and fair way for the residents there. And lastly, we still haven't heard a single problem identified. All we hear is a vague notion that somehow less is more efficient. But less is just less. It's less oversight. It's less time for these committees to distill the information before them and provide good recommendations to the board. We've already identified a number of things today that this board wishes the committees that we already have would have spent more time doing. I am very concerned that if we're saying we're going to have shorter meetings, that just means we're covering less things and building less trust in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Salinger, you're absolutely correct. Not only would you be providing less, And that's, you would be providing less oversight and checks and balances. You would be providing less voting for the resolutions that come through. You take a look at the Board of Health and Health and Human Services and the Board of Health together. What are you really accomplishing other than to make all of the committee meetings longer? It doesn't make any sense. And we've already covered this in the last resolution that we failed. I think I'm going to certainly vote nay on this. Call a question.
Question has been called. In a second. In favor of calling the question, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. That passes. So now we'll go right into the vote on ordinance number 286, 11, 20, 23. County Human Services and County Board joined together. If you're in favor of that, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. Next voting nays. So. Resolution number 287, 11, 20, 23. Amend human resource policy to adopt paid time off PTO plan. Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me make a motion. 287, 11, 20, 23, to amend human services policies to adopt a paid time off PTO plan.
That is seconded by Supervisor Gordon.
Are you ready for the vote?
Mr. Rick, all, we can vote, there's no questions or whatever, so if you're in favor, vote aye.
Hey, I knew how to talk.
Well, if the button wasn't pushed, there was nothing up there. Gotta wipe that off.
Personal.
Just a minute, then we gotta wipe this all off. Your button still isn't lit up. There, now it is. Supervisor Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will vote to oppose the PTO recommendation unless someone can give me a good explanation why the sworn non-representative management deputy employees of the sheriff's office are exempt from the old system, exempt to follow the old system. Their inclusion into the new system ought to be a guide to get the union representative deputies under the new system. And if the new system is so much better than the old system, then the deputies should go for it. And I think we have the best person to speak to us, Captain Habik. He's been in the Sheriff's Department for over 10 years.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. The reason why the non-represented deputies, which equates to the command staff of the Sheriff's Office, lieutenants, captains, the chief deputy, I spoke with the sheriff and the chief deputy about if they wanted to be under PTO or not, And their request was to stay in whatever system the represented deputies were. Their concern was that it would make, instead of trying to argue, right now, there's difficulty sometimes promoting deputies up to lieutenant for a variety of reasons. And they thought just having a different system would potentially add to that. Now, personally, I would rather be under a PTO system, whether I was, a non-represented member like I was or not. But the deputies would have to go to PTO based on what's in the collective bargaining agreement. And right now, they're under the old system. So basically, at the request of the sheriff, keeping his deputies, whether represented or not, under a same system for consistency's sake.
Well, then we should postpone this approval until we get all the employees under the new system. I think that's only fair. We can't do anything about what the state did and said that grandfathered and deputized employees, law enforcement employees, don't have to contribute to their retirement plan, that the county does the whole thing, but we can control this. And I think other supervisors should.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Call the question.
Question has been called. Second. And we have a second, please. iPads out.
Nate called the question.
Huh? Nate called the question. Supervisor Gustafson.
And who was the second? Brian?
So if you're in favor of calling the questions, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. Hmm? Clear?
Okay. Why did it sound like
I can do a roll call real quick. Can you do a roll call?
Okay, so this should be, okay.
Thirty-one to 3. All right, we're back on 287. If you're in favor of, signify by voting aye. If you're not, vote nay. That passes. Ordinance number 288, 11, 2023, amend 11.08, therefore, the Winnebago County General Code setting forth definition of individual and general code ordinance. Just want to remind you all, on these next two, the Board of Health has been taken off. So I'm going to call Supervisor Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve ordinance number 288-112-023.
Seconded by Supervisor Gustafson.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. In accordance,
I can hear you.
statute, Wisconsin Statute 251.03, Item 1 states, quote, "A good faith effort shall be made to appoint a registered nurse and a physician." As such, I move to strike the vote made by community member Grotzmeiker as her registered nursing license as issued by the state of Wisconsin expired on February 28th, 2022. Okay, so the vote will be erased or amended?
These three people are just bringing it in.
Wonderful. Thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead, Supervisor Jeopardy. I'll let you finish.
On here. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I wanted to address some of the things that have been brought up at this meeting, specifically in regards to whether this is something that is political. What prompted this wasn't from somebody that I talked to at some sort of political party. It wasn't at specific government heads behind closed doors. This was prompted from my constituents, the residents of Winnebago County, the people that we serve, the people that have elected us. This was a concern by the most important source of all, the people we serve in Winnebago County. This was a very big concern in regards to individual orders, because a lot of people felt that an unelected official, somebody who is specifically unelected, has the ability with the individual order to potentially disrupt a public gathering. And that ends around what the people want. That ends around what the people do not have a buy-in in that particular process. So this was a very, very critical thing that we needed to do to clarify the definition of what an individual order is. And this was after many, many meetings with Corporation Counsel and Wisconsin Counties Association, Andy Phillips. And he confirmed that what we're doing here is legal. What we're doing here is not against state statutes at all. And this actually simply provides clarity so that it addresses those that may have something like meningitis or Ebola or something that is very highly contagious. It still provides that power to the director. And so it actually justifies the director's position. I realize my time is up, so thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. These ordinances were the most important issue put before this county board in 2021. These ordinances defeated a 16-year county executive. 7 citizens spoke against this ordinance this evening. We were given new information that was developed and provided by our commercial Wisconsin Counties Association attorney. I move for a 15-minute recess so we can all read what the new information is and use that to help decide what to do.
Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. The nays have it. So there won't be any 15 minutes. We'll keep right on going. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On both of these resolutions, I think I'll just speak once. In addressing some of the concerns, did I do my research? British Journal of Medicine. I read case law from the state of Wisconsin and across the country, and I will reference some of those cases here. This is not a vendetta. Please let me indicate, as I stated at the Board of Health meeting, This is not an indictment of the prior board, the board chair, or any member of the Department of Health in Winnebago County. In fact, I asked the director if he did any individual or general orders because I didn't think he abused any authority. I said that. He indicated that he did not. He did not abuse it, and that's not what this is about. It does not change the ability of the authority to declare an individual order. It does not change the ability for the director to go and get a court order. It does not change the ability or authority to declare a general order. It does not change any definitions. There are different legal opinions. Atolis Law, Von Briesen, Wisconsin Institute of Law and Liberty. Most notably, I was on the phone with Andy Phillips, who suggested this could be repealed in its entirety. This is not what we are asking for. This is not a repeal of the ordinance. I mentioned at the board meeting that what we are doing is following what I learned is something called stare decisis. And that would be regarding Legislature v. Palm, Fabic v. Evers, James versus Heinrich, Tavern League of Wisconsin v. Palm, and Becker versus Dane County. Even in the dissent opinions before the Supreme Court, the justices indicated that they would have issued a stay or an injunction. So I get it. What this does, according to Chapter 252.03, it says in subsection 1, it says, shall investigate all circumstances and make a full report of the appropriate governing body and also the department. This board is the appropriate governing party. If I need to weigh out and come back in, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I find it highly problematic that we're considering this, given that the Board of Health did not have, well, whatever happened, they had an improper meeting with an improper vote. What we do know, however, is if the Board of Health meeting had all of its members there, there's no way that this would have passed the Board of Health. We've heard from at least four of the 8 members of the board who have said no, they would not have voted for it. They are and advocating for us to oppose this. So I was thinking that maybe we should refer it back to the Board of Health, but it comes across, we already have the information from the Board of Health. They've told us no. The only people who voted for this are the people that the county executive appointed to the Board of Health for the intentional purpose of putting the brakes on the health department. This is the intentional action of bad faith appointments from the county executive. We should defeat this amendment as well as the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure we all remember the strange medical advice from our grandmothers and concoctions they used when we were sick. The Library of Congress actually has some of the best information on past medical treatments that we've tried, which include cigarettes and chloroform as a cure for asthma, alcohol and morphine for cough syrup, milk transfusions, as they thought that the white milk would eventually turn into blood. The medical community was willing to change their stance on these strange and harmful treatments, and it's okay to make changes, especially when we have more information. While the resolution talks openly about communicable diseases, it seems like everyone has COVID on the mind. The CDC now says that if you test positive for COVID-19, to stay at home for 5 days and isolate yourself from others. Based on the CDC's recommendations, I'm not concerned about the days listed in this amendment. The WHO defines communicable diseases differently than Wisconsin State Statute 252 and cites urgent communicable diseases, diseases which pose an impending threat to our community at large. This would eliminate the communicable diseases such as athlete's foot, warts, influenza, STDs, HIV, hepatitis C, etc. My only other concern is this: a positive test is not required for an individual order. This makes me very nervous because it leaves room for targeted harassment. If I wake up tomorrow and decide I don't like Supervisor Stafford, can I give him an individual order? This seems like an obvious thing that we should require and would also allow for individual orders to be released. I move to amend line 20 to read, "who has tested positive" before the phrase "that is deemed."
No, it's, I don't mind.
Okay.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Oh,
I won't do it.
Please
Unless
don't
I
mind.
do. Okay. Yes, on line 20, "who has tested positive" before the phrase "that is deemed." So that we have a positive test showing why the individual needs to be given an order.
Let me give you sort of a bird's eye view or a refresher recollection of this whole situation. So after the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision in Legislature versus Palm, the Wisconsin Counties Association created a task force to address questions surrounding implementation and enforcement of local health orders under WISSTAT 252. Now, there is no question that local health officers are vested with powers to issue orders that are reasonable, based on local conditions, and they deem necessary to curtail the spread of communicable disease, okay? Now, as you may all recall, there are two types of orders. Orders a health officer can issue relate to communicable disease fall into either the individual order or the general order, okay? With the individual orders, the local health officers have independent authority to enforce state law, and they can petition the court to enforce local health orders pursuant to Admin Code 14506. And some things they can do are order participating in educational programs, participating in treatment programs, undergoing examinations, a whole slew of things which you might remember came up the last time. General orders are, again, a different animal. The enforcement mechanism in this county for general orders is 1108. And not that there is any request to vacate 1108, but if it was vacated, there would be no enforcement mechanism for general orders, okay? After the Palm decision, we had the Becker decision in front of the Supreme Court, where the question was whether a local health officer could lawfully issue public health orders, and the answer was 25203 granted local health officers authorities to issue orders, and the authority to issue public health orders, and as it was involving Dane County, did not run afoul of the constitutional separation of powers. Under general orders, and that's what, and I understand this definition talks about individual orders, but the real focus is general orders because there is no question that the local health officer has authority for individual orders. But under general orders, as you may all know, the general orders are advisory only until the county board affirms, okay? But what happens if there's an emergency situation, which would, let's say, preclude the board from meeting? Although, as you all know, in your rules, you can have a meeting with a majority of supervisors being called, I think, within 48 hours. I think that's one of the last rules. But let's say a local health officer issues a general order. Let's say it is violated, all right? What could happen in that case? Would there have to be a wait to have the county board meet? Well, the fallback would be to issue a specific directive requiring compliance. And if that directive was not followed, then you could petition the court for compliance under DHS 14506. I'm probably talking and you are thinking this is like watching paint dry. But I just wanted you to realize, so there are individual orders and there are general orders. Individual orders are sacrosanct. The issue is the general orders, okay? So I don't know if that answered any of your questions, but I wanted to sort of refresh your recollection because this is rife with a lot of layers.
Sure. I'm not sure I necessarily had a question, but does
Okay.
adding in a requirement for a positive test ruin something?
I am concerned by doing that, you would be undermining the local health officer's authority because, again, for individual orders, his authority is sacrosanct. What the change is that is proposed by Supervisor Defferting, Hansen, and Floam is related to the definition of, or the words, group of persons or gathering spot. Now, I will also tell you, when this came up, I had, and when Director Guerin raised his concerns, my opinion is the changes are legal. Director Guerin referenced Andy Phillips' article that was written in the Wisconsin Counties Association. So I reached out to Andy Phillips and said, can you give me your opinion on this? What you should see on your desk is basically a half a page opinion from Andy Phillips, which, as Supervisor Defferting had indicated, indicates that the changes are legal, okay? He focused on the fact that, you know, in terms of a local health officer, you need to distinguish between the concept of an order and the enforcement mechanism of an order. And as I said, 1108 is the enforcement mechanism for this order. But he said that, again, there's no inconsistency between the duties of the local health officers and the terms of the ordinance. The ordinance can condition the enforceability of any local health officer order in any manner it sees fit, and here you go, provided neither the ordinance nor the order requires a business closure for more than 30 days or distinguishes between essential and non-essential businesses. So, and again, he went on to say there's nothing in the ordinance or any proposed amendment limiting the local health officer's authority to issue an order. Now, that's his opinion. You've received my opinion because I believe, again, I'm not saying whether I'm for it or against it. What the question is whether it's legal or not. And my opinion is that it is legal. And we have this opinion from Andy Phillips, who also believes it's legal. But I have a problem with your language, where you're talking about under individual orders who has tested positive. That I have a problem with. But I do not have a problem with eliminating the word group of persons or gathering spot.
Sure, and your main issue is the fact that
It's an individual order, and individual orders are a totally different animal than general orders, and Doug Guerin has significant authority over that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
My question is, are you leaving it or not?
Well, it sounds like I can't, so I guess I'll remove it.
You're removing it?
Yes.
Supervisor Defferting, he's removing that, just so you know, okay? All right, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also heard from my constituents who were vastly in favor of following the advice of the health officer. I'm frankly tired of hearing about non-elected officials who get to make decisions, because we have elected officials who chose to tell us to drink bleach and shine light in our orifices. So having an election or not makes no difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to send this ordinance back to the Board of Health for discussion. The makers of this ordinance spent 1 hour discussing this before the Board of Health. And in total, the Board of Health debated this for an hour and a half. And this was with a board that had no quorum. It needs to be considered by the Board of Health.
Second. No second. Second. Seconded by Buck. So we'll go on our machines. This will be a majority vote. Any other discussion on this? I can discuss it, can you? Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, on sending back to the Board of Health, I think that Mary Ann established that there was a quorum, but please let me reiterate that I'm going to speak for myself only and not Supervisor Defferting and Flom here. We felt it a courtesy to go before the Board of Health first. This, whether the Board of Health sends it or not, this ordinance change in 288 and 289 is going to go forward from me without the Board of Health to be put on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've heard from many members of the board to infer what the decision would be if the Board of Health debated this. There are questions that people have that need to be resolved and brought forward. I think we should name those before we send it back. But if all we're looking for is what the Board of Health would tell us, if they had a full membership present, it would be very clear that 3 members would be in favor of it and 5 members would be opposed. So if that's all we're looking for, we can dispense with this now by voting no on the ordinance. But as was just stated, I think that's the path that we're on. Regardless, if the Board of Health comes back with the 3 to 5 vote that their full membership seems to, indicate that they would have, they're still going to bring this back, even with it being defeated at the Board of Health. So unless there are serious questions about the content that the Board of Health is going to hash out and we're going to give them direction, I say we ought to vote no on sending this back to a committee and vote no on the ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on the Board of Health, and I was not present at that last meeting. And I know Mr. Vandenheuvel was not also. And I don't think it would be a 3 to 5 vote. I think we have a lot of common sense on that board, and I think we would have a lot of great discussion. And just listening to everybody tonight, I think we would just have a lot more questions to answer and maybe discuss. And the next time we do come back, maybe we can have a better answer for you. And I'm definitely in favor of bringing this back to the Board of Health. We have a meeting in December here in a month, and I think you should let us do that and have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we established, the importance of committees. We've already had discussions on that, the importance of committees and the importance of boards to have these discussions. So this was presented to the Board of Health, and it was posted, and the agenda was posted. It was made public, and everyone had the ability to read the materials before they attended. They have a meeting once every 2 months, not once every month, once every 2 months. So they all had the ability to show up. Because it didn't vote their way, because the vote didn't happen in their way, and because they weren't able to attend, that doesn't mean that you get to have a do-over. I mean, how many times can we do that here at the county board? Be like, oh, well, if, you know, so-and-so wasn't present, so we need to, you know, go back and vote on it. I mean, that'd be pretty great. I mean, if we look at, especially when it comes to things like sports, it'd be like, oh, our star pitcher was injured. You know, let's go back and have a rematch and wait until our pitcher's healthy. So if we really want to get into technicalities here, I mean, Supervisor Dowling just noted that we have a nurse that has her license expired. So, I mean, how far back do we want to go then? Her license expired in 2022. We want to go back. Hey, rules are rules. So we want to go back to 2022 and take a look at all the things that the Board of Health voted on. Is that all null and void now too? No. We're going to vote on this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really upset right now, but the reason I am, first of all, I vote on the Human Services and on the Health Board the way I feel my constituents want. Nobody is telling me how to vote, so that's number one. Number two, we talked for almost 3 hours. I was the acting chairman of that meeting, but there was some other stuff I didn't know about, so for not have a quorum. But we talked for a long time, and it seemed after 3.5 hours or so, the results were going to be the same. The people there were going to be this way, the people that weren't there were this way. I still believe, again, some of these committees we talked about tonight, when 4 people go to a committee that meets every other month and they don't show up, if it was important, I would have showed up, but you didn't show up. Whatever reason, I'm not saying anything about that, but not to show up, so we voted 3-2. I voted that we should be discussing this because I think we sweep everything out. When you look back, not us, but a county board made a quick decision way back to give them the powers of 1108. And when I got elected, that's all I heard. Get rid of 1108. Get rid of 1108. We should never have done that. I heard it over and over again. And then everybody here says the pandemic is over. But it's not. Did we ever learn anything from the pandemic? You know, people's lives were changed. People died when shouldn't have died. Medications, lots of information was wrong. Now we got to look back and say, do we learn anything, or are we just going to say, the pandemic's over, let's go on to the next one that we don't need to do anything. We need to do something to curb this. The board was the one that decided this. We should have to be the ones come back to control it a little bit more. And he doesn't use the power, I understand that, but I think we have the power for our constituents to protect them and make sure that there's not months off, there's not weeks off, the mask, all that stuff that was not true before becomes reality. So I think we should vote for this. We shouldn't put it back to the board because there's going to be 4 or 5 hours going to be doing the same thing and it's going to come back the same way, even if it's a 5 to 8 or whatever it might be. But I think it's going to be close to a 4-4. But I think we have to think about this. Don't sweep it under. This is an issue that we started by putting it in 1108. We should deal with it now. That's what I think. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you know, our voters don't live in a vacuum. There's a significant amount of distrust on a national basis with health officials, with the CDC, with scientists. You know, I find it very ironic that a number of supervisors tonight have argued for checks and balances and avoiding concentrating of power in fewer committees. These 2 ordinances as written allows for checks and balances, allows the system to work better, and quite honestly, I believe it builds the trust on behalf of our voters that we represent in our districts. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I won't call it the question if we can just get to the actual vote. All right, I'll refrain.
Nothing, no lights left on, so.
This is sending it back to the Board of Health.
No, I refrained. I think no one jumped in, so we can just vote.
Right. This is sending it back to the Board of Health.
So first we'll be voting on send it back to the Board of Health.
That's right.
Right. You did. I get confused enough up here. So, what are we doing now?
This is on sending it back
Right.
to the Board of Health.
Okay, so if you're in favor of sending it back to the Board of Health, vote A. If you're not, vote nay.
It's a majority.
And that's failed 10-4. So that will not be going back to the Board of Health. talk again, right? Supervisor Nussbaum.
I call a question.
Mr. Chairman, can we do parliamentary by voice vote?
I will, but sometimes it's easier to catch it here, but if I can tell how it's gonna go, I will do that.
Okay.
So all those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. So it's carried.
Hold on, I just gotta get through it.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Is there some reason we should adjourn with 2 things left?
I'm sorry. So we're gonna vote, right? Or are they, which way are they?
I think this is out of order. If you don't ask me, I have the floor.
Right.
It's out of order.
Okay. So
not-
we're gonna do the
you
vote
shouldn't-
then. So ordinance number 288, 11/2023, amend 11.08, parent 4 of the Winnebago County General Code, setting forth definition of individuals in general order. If you're in favor of it, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes. Ordinance number 289, 11/2023, amend 11.08, parent 6, parent D, parent 2 of the Winnebago County General Code involving general orders made by the Winnebago County Health Officer. Supervisor Defferty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve ordinance number 289-112-023.
Seconded by Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a amendment, but before I do that, I would like to cite the state statute 25203, paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 reads, if the local authorities fail to enforce the communicable disease statutes and rules, the department shall take charge and expenses thus incurred shall be paid by the county or municipality. If folks remember our 980 discussion, nobody here really wanted to take a stand on that. And part of the discussion was that if we did not accept these 980 patients, the state would come in and fine us for not housing them. In my opinion, this paragraph says if the local authorities fail to enforce the communicable disease statutes, the mighty hand of the state government is going to come in here and enforce that. So, with that being said, I would like to make an amendment on line 21, where after it says by, I would like to add a majority of those present and voting.
Second. That was seconded by Supervisor Schellender. Okay.
Can you read it one more time?
Supervisor Buck, can you read that one more time, please?
Yes, sir. On line 21, it would read a majority of those present and voting. And I think we heard from the public tonight on getting things done here. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hanson on the amendment?
On the amendment, I know that the Wisconsin Supreme Court stated under statute 25203 subsection 2, or excuse me, 3, 4, and 6, the powers of those in chapter 227 state rulemaking power can only be exercised through adequate procedural safeguards, and rulemaking must involve public participation through a legislative process. So I'm not quite sure that the amendment can stand, because the Supreme Court already ruled on 25203 subsection 3, 4, and 6, saying that it must go back through the legislative process, which is this board.
Not what the amendment is. Yes, it's a majority of those present and voting.
Supervisor Buck's amendment is not taking it away from the board. He is just switching it from a 2/3 to a majority of the board present. So my opinion is his Supervisor Buck's amendment does not conflict.
He mentioned that I misunderstood.
Okay.
I did misunderstand.
Okay.
Supervisor Deffernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be speaking against this. I feel that this particular motion almost defeats the purpose of having such an ordinance proposal. In regards to general orders, keep in mind, in regards to general orders, this then applies to public gatherings, and this can apply for the county en masse. All 178,000 people. This will affect the lives of 178,000 people within our county. This is a lot of people. These are the people that we are there to serve, and it's because of that we have to provide proper consent of this authority. Proper consent means that we need to have 2/3 of the entire county board membership in order to approve and justify what the public health officer wants to do. And so that is so very important. I find that to be sacrosanct in what we do as supervisors is to supervise. And we need to have enough public buy-in in order for something as severe as a general order, and that is a very severe order, in order for us to approve of the public health officer to do what they're doing. What I'm doing, what I'm attempting to do with this ordinance is to actually justify what the public health officer is doing, and we are giving the people power and trust back. So that vital trust back. So I will not be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Supervisor Haran on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is that there would be 2/3 of the county board seated in their seats and then a simple majority? Or does that mean the entire county board and then 2/3 majority?
That's the 2/3 majority, am I correct, Marianne?
Of the entire county board?
That's what he's saying, but now here they're saying something else, so.
No, well, it's Supervisor Buck's amendment, and he said a majority of those present. Okay, so not 2/3 of those present. He's replacing the language by at least 2/3 of the entire county board, which would be 24, with the language by a majority of those present and voting.
Thank you, Mary.
Supervisor Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this amendment. I think it better meets the sort of emergency function of this board that's, I think, been described as necessary during times of pandemic and great communicable disease. I think the amendment does so better than the original text of the ordinance, especially given the extreme time restrictions that the ordinance provides. Thank you.
Supervisor Burrow.
Mr. Chairman, this is a question perhaps for Mary Ann or clarification, but also addresses something that Brian, Supervisor Deffernan said. In the case of a general order, might it be assumed that a Zoom call possibility would exist under an emergency for voting? No? In the case of emergency, that's all I'm asking. Okay. All right.
I just want to, I think
Even an emergency.
you should all know, but I'm just going to, so the ordinance, the red language is what is the suggested change. And the black strikeouts, like Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, that is the current ordinance. But Supervisor Deffernan, Hansen, and Flom have suggested that the language that's struck be replaced with the language in red.
Okay.
Just so you understand that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford information. Supervisor Stafford, you had something you wanted to. Ask about voting.
Right. I was just going to make a clarification that we can suspend the rules, so if those who are present can vote to suspend the rule, and then we could allow for vote via Zoom per.
So you will note, and I know it's in here, it talks about suspension of rules, 13.0. And it says, any rules may be suspended by two-thirds vote of the members present, except, and it gives a number of rules. It does not include the remote voting rules, so then that means that the remote voting could be suspended. But then the argument would be, are you going against the intent of the board when they voted to say, okay, if you are remote, you are not entitled to vote? But I understand what you're saying in terms of the fact that suspension of the rules here does not include remote voting.
But that is irrelevant to the conversation of suspension of that rule.
Under 13.0,
Sorry.
it does not indicate that the remote voting rule could not be suspended. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you.
We're back on the amendment, so that's what we'll be voting on first. If you're in favor of the amendment of Supervisor Buck, signify or vote A on your machine. If you don't, vote nay.
Point of order, Supervisor Salvador.
Okay. Think about it for a second.
You have to vote.
I'm waiting for Supervisor Zelmer.
I can mark him absent.
If you want to do that.
We're waiting for you.
Too late now.
Huh? Oh, they didn't wait.
Made a difference if you would have voted absent. You would have?
No.
Okay, so that failed. So now we're back to the supervisor. Supervisor Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want everyone to please be rest assured, Mr. Chairman, I really did my homework on this. Everything from the Great Barrington Declaration all the way through to New York Times, Newsweek articles. I reached out to attorneys. I reached out to physicians. I do want to make a special note based on some of the things that were addressed by the public. Please pay particular attention to line 24. Because there's a number of people that were concerned about the 7 days. There does continue to say, unless otherwise authorized by the county board. And again, I forgot the Newsweek article, so I can't mention that one. Brett Stevens, February 21st, 2023, the mask mandates did nothing. This is New York Times. New York Times also November 18th, just a couple of days ago, startling evidence on learning loss is in. There are now lawsuits all over the country against public health officials and other organizations. I really hope to avoid that here, and that's why this is coming forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Isaac?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to point out to you on line 16, this religious doctrine ordains the change, just like you'd get ordained at church. What has happened tonight, Mr. Chairman, is we have the constitutionalists have taken a stand that defeated a county executive. These ideologues have opened the wound, dividing the board from health business to individual rights. And that's what you're dealing with in this ordinance. I would urge you to defeat it and let the constitutionalists know we're not debating civil rights on the county board floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Give me liberty or give me death. Called question. Doug, I'm helping you.
We're on 289.
Doug, I'm trying to help you, brother. I'm right here with you.
Ordinance number 289, 11, 2023.
Okay, they're calling a question.
Right.
Two-thirds, come on.
Waiting for her to catch up here, so we're calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. We're gonna vote. That's why I want to wait for her, because now she's got to start all over.
No, no, it's, okay, so we're gonna vote. This is on call the question.
This is on calling the question. If you're in favor of calling the question, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passed.
Call the question. Now we're voting on the ordinance.
Okay, so now we're on ordinance 289. 1108-26, parent D, parent 2 of the Winnebago County General Code involving general orders made by the Winnebago County Health Officer. If you're in favor of it, vote aye. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes 1950. Okay, so again, I want to wish you all happy Thanksgiving. It's been a long night, but we got a lot done. So Supervisor Albrecht. Second adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.